Greetings, adventurers. Today we're excited to introduce you to a new story, Dark Dice, a horror podcast that blurs the line between actual play and audio drama, where the story is determined by the roll of the dice. Greetings, adventurers. Today we're excited to introduce you to a new story, Dark Dice, a horror podcast that blurs the line between actual play and audio drama, where the story is determined by the roll of the dice. 6 adventurers embark on a journey into the ruinous domain of the Nameless God. They will never be the same again. One of the players is not what they seem after a doppelganger, a creature that can assume the form and voice of whatever it kills, infiltrates the team. As the players are picked off and replaced one at a time, can they figure out who the monster is before it's too late? Can you? In addition to a full-blown fantasy soundtrack with over 30 live medieval instruments and a 40-person choir, sound effects further enhance the story. Here's a quick example of what that sounds like.
The shambler with the jar of liquid inside of him.
Soren Arkwright let loose an arrow that cracked the glass, passing through the spine of the creature. The shambler still managed to maintain its forward momentum, but stumbled as it eagerly tried to bite and swipe at Soren, landing near his feet. As Rowena struck the shambling creature near Soren, she shattered the canister in its stomach, sending its liquid contents spilling to the ground. With a rush of liquid, the small fetus fell too, twitching and moving toward Rowena.
I'm gonna punt you.
Rowena launched the fetus into the mouth of the mimic with a kick.
So if you dare, gamble your sanity and subscribe to Dark Dice however you listen to podcasts, or on Spotify. Dark Dice can also be streamed at darkdicepod.com.
Hello everyone, and welcome to Rise of the Veiled Alliance, the grand finale. Look at all of these wonderful people, all in one place, at the same time, you say. How was it possible? How did schedules align? Well, it was tricky, but we did it. We did it for you, grand audience member. We did it so you can see all of these people together in the final ordeal against the great villain of this campaign, Toby Osmond.
Surprise.
Yeah. That's what it's been the whole way through. And not even his character, just Toby in person. No, we're all here to stop the UNT, right? That's what we're doing, right? No one's got any ulterior motives, right? Good stuff. Well, I'm going to hand over to my co-DM Don as we 2 DMs on one game. I know, what are we doing? But we'll make it work. I promise you, we'll make it work. But yes, I'm going to hand over to Don so he can narrate in a far more meaningful story way. And that's where we'll dive into tonight's episode. Have fun.
Yay. Yeah, thanks, Chris. Excited to be here and to co-Dungeon Master with you today. This is going to be wild. So let's get started with our story. Our tale tonight is going to begin with High Praetor Nadia of House Tomlador. Nadia, when Caesar was defeated and stolen away from Valak, you and nearly all of the praetors of the city experienced painful loss. Your source of power, of magic, was ripped away from you. Since then, you have traveled this world and other worlds. You've seen impossible things. You fought and bargained and sort of claimed a new power for yourself. Like everyone else that has traveled with you and survived, your journey has finally brought you here, near the top of Mount Laeron. You stand now just outside of your Spelljammer, the alien vessel you forcefully took from the Mind Flayer, who called themselves the Traveler. On Mount Laeron, nothing grows and hasn't for over 1,000 years. Sand and silt swirl about in the howling wind, and you are surrounded by the crumbling remains of a city more ancient than Valak, of a world that died a long, long time ago. The sky above has turned a sickly green, and the air here is uncomfortably cold. You know that these must be some sort of side effects of the Yuan-Ti ritual that is taking place just above you on Mount Laeron's highest peak. You're not alone. 4 guards of House Tomlador have come with you, including Janos, the guard who practically raised you, and more allies are coming now. You see the first of them appear on your plateau on this mountainside, walking alone, climbing up from below. You see Lady Akasha of House Sereno. Christina, because this was a sticking point and we never found out the answer the last time we saw Akasha, how are you dressed for this adventure?
I believe at this moment, I'm wearing maybe a blue top, very flowy, long sleeves, bells at the end, corset in the middle that I'm not wearing right now because I'm not about that life. But there's also some tears from all of the things that have been going on. She's been in a heated battle, so it's just very torn, and she's got this look of haughty victory on her face. Like this.
That's strong. And so as you appear on top of this plateau near the top of the mountain and you see the green glow, you see there already ahead of you Dia, who you know is Dia, and 4 House Tomlador guards outside of the Spelljammer, the ship that took you from the Dead Land to Valak. How would Charlie Laguerre see Dia in this moment? How would you describe yourself, your character?
Dia, having hastened to the Spelljammer ship, is in mild disarray. Her scarves aren't as perfectly wrapped around her as usual. Her hair is completely back to golden blonde thanks to hair oil, but it is frazzled. There are tangles and small pieces out of place, but her body language is one of strength, and she's very concentrated. She is waiting for someone to arrive, and if they don't arrive, someone is getting their ass kicked from here until the next plane. And it's a pose of just anticipation and control.
And the two of you see each other there.
Dia Della.
Kasha.
Always so great to see you.
Wasn't expecting to see you.
Well, it's a sad time. And I'm sure Dia thinks she's talking about the loss of Ebo. But really, she's just talking about the fact that she's stuck with these people.
What do you think of the cost of being Caesar? And Dia turns to the ritual just off in the distance, that sickly colored sky.
Aside from the power, I don't really see the draw.
Changed your mind.
My mind was never set there.
Why am I not surprised?
I wasn't trying to surprise you.
Why are you here, Akasha?
It's a lot more peaceful on this side. More fun.
Such smugness is very arrogant. There are people suffering, Akasha.
Dia, help me! Dia, help!
The chanting that you can hear from over top of the next ridge of the mountain, which is fairly loud, it's many voices, a chorus of voices, stops for a moment.
So it is. And I want to sunbolt the bitch. I have stuff to do. I don't have time for this, Akasha Laguerre.
Make an attack roll.
All right.
Here we
Here
thought
we
it was
go.
going to be Rysar.
One radiant.
Starting so strong.
It says an 18 to hit. And
What a dick.
oh yes.
My AC's 11, so.
All right, and I want to do that as an explosive sunbolt done that I've already forgotten what it's called, where it arcs out and it's going to hit some of our friends because I don't have time for them to interfere right now.
And she's Akasha is alone currently.
Oh, I thought
So you
she
don't
has
have-
a couple of friends with that. Okay, that's fine then.
Yeah, you don't have to
No,
expend the extra
Akasha's
key
inside
point.
the mirror in her pocket.
That's right.
Akasha's
Laguerre is
very
alone.
alone right now.
Just smashing your hands up against the mirror.
The joys of possession.
All right, cool. So
Okay.
boop. So that's a 4. I don't know why there's a Constitution save on it.
It's just in
Oh,
case
it
you do
is-
the blinding part.
Right. Yes, that's 4 radiant.
4 radiant damage. All right, so describe this blast, and then let's bring in some more people because I feel like they should see this.
So she kind of makes her statement that she doesn't have time for this, and so it's going to be this way. And her hand kind of makes an arcing motion, and as it does, light illuminates her golden hair and flows down to her fingertips and pushes out. And I think there's a hint of red to this light, hint of red from the dark sun that had been draining on that dark plane that we went to, because that was a good time. But she has 2 hands, and the other hand's going to come in and she's going to start to bring in that second sunbolt that I can do. But we'll hold that moment.
I think in that flash of light, Laguerre, as you're struck by this radiant light, and the two of you are kind of squaring off, that's the moment that I would love to say that Rysar, Marilla, and Horson, having traveled from the city up to the top of the mountain, you finally reached almost the top, and you've seen this green light. It appeared when you're about halfway up the mountain. It fills the sky, this light. And you climb to the second highest ridge just beneath the top ridge along this path. And right as you climb, you hear the interaction between Laguerre and Dia, and then you see the sunbolt. Rysar, Marilla, and Horson.
What the hell is that?
That's Dia, and that's Lady Akasha.
Praetor Nadia.
What?
Oh, dear. Did you not know this, Marilla? The artist here is a front. She's High Praetor Nadia, Public Work.
How does she have the time?
Daughter
No, that's
of...
not what's important right now. Well, what?
She just sunbolted. Or she just did a spell on someone.
And I think we should stop her from further harming Lady Akasha.
Here's a question. As a Praetor, my power should come from Caesar, but Caesar's dead. Curious.
Well, my power comes from here. Pounds his chest.
Horson, you and I have very different types of power, my friend.
Oh yeah, mine works.
Well.
Rysar, maybe you can prove yourself helping break this up. Come on. If you're a Praetor, act like it. And
I feel
forward a little bit.
I like both them, so I think opening with talking is a good idea.
How far away from them are we, Don?
Oh, you could say, like, you're probably like 30 feet away. I am curious as to what Laguerre's reaction is in this moment as well.
So after taking her 4 points of damage, jerk, she steps back after she feels it. You know, I really tried to like you. I tried so hard. I've been so polite.
I'm on guard.
But you know, sometimes you just can't be nice to peasants. And she's gonna clap her hands and she's gonna cast Thunderwave.
Oof,
Only at first level.
It's a
Can I get my
DC
bonus
14.
action off?
What's your bonus action?
My 2 additional Searing Sunbolts.
You can if you want, yeah.
Okay. We'll do it like
If you wanna
simultaneously because I think that'll be cool. Yeah, I paid.
Yeah. Cool. DC 14 Constitution saving throw. One of your sunbolts will hit of the 2 with a 10 and a 23.
So it's just 5.
5. And then Charlie, roll a Constitution saving throw.
5.
No.
Thea's famously
Alright.
good at Constitution saving throws.
So it's 5 thunder damage and 5 more radiant damage to Akasha. And you all have seen at this point on the ridge there, you've seen Rysar and Marilla and Horson arrive. If you were trying to be subtle about your approach to the top of the mountain and whatever's going on up there, it's a little less subtle with these bright bursts of sunlight and then the incredible 300-foot echoing thunderbolt that comes from the clapping of Laguerre's hands together. So there's this huge sound and this bright flashing light that for a moment is brighter than the green glow above.
I don't know if it's my turn to talk, but I have a thing to say. It's not, but I do.
Do it.
So I just recalled I've got all Laguerre's powers too. So I just like to use a cantrip, a fireball at 3rd level. So I'm gonna need let's see, it's a dexterity saving throw.
Firebolt.
No. Fireball.
Oh, you're casting fireball.
All right. That ain't no cantrip.
Level 3 fireball.
Oh wait, never mind. On my spells, I will cast the cantrip of fireballs. I was looking at my spells.
Firebolt.
Cantrip, firebolt.
Okay. Make a spell attack.
Whatever.
roll
Hit the
then.
bitch with fire. I'll have to use actual
This is the
dice for
energy we
this.
have
This
today.
is great. Is this wonderful?
It's great.
Everyone
It's
being
going
here.
so well.
Monkey invasion into party conflict.
A great time.
Listen, I'm very into this. Hold on.
How are
This
Dia
is-
and Chris? How are Dia and Laguerre looking? Health-wise.
I think they're looking okay. What was your attack roll?
Natural 1.
If you were not subtle before, this one's less subtle because you throw this firebolt, it curves and it screams up into the sky like a flare right to the top of the mountain.
That was supposed to be your head.
Sadly, my head's not as large as yours.
Could have fooled me.
Well, you are a fool.
No, it's better to be thought a fool than open
I
your mouth
know.
and remove all doubt.
Thea would like to use her movement to move away.
To move away. All right.
Yep.
What's Rice? I want to check in on Rysar, Horson, and Marilla.
Horson's eyes look huge, and he's seen a lot of people fight before, but this is remarkably, I think petty's the word. And it just like they're being intentionally hurtful, and there's more than emotion here, and he is not great with emotion, so he tries to walk into the arena. There must be some kind of misunderstanding here. Can we try to talk any of this out?
Any response from Dia or Laguerre?
Look away, all she is hot air.
Mind your business.
I'll take that as a no, then.
Horson, my brother's in danger.
Well, I'm not worried about your brother. I like you.
Alright, fuck you too, Horson.
I say I've got you, friend, to Horson, and I cast polymorph on myself.
Oh, well, after all that training,
What was that done?
What do you polymorph into, Toby?
So Rysar's mental fortress, when he uses the way, is his abandoned home, his elven encampment in the sands, and his avatar is a Gage, and he goes within himself and he focuses on his Gage and calls upon the arcane power of himself, and he visualizes himself becoming a huge, horrible nightmare beast. Turns into a Gage.
Okay, so all of your characters would be aware of what the Gage is. It's sort of one of the more terrifying creatures in the world. They are prized in fighting pits and criterions, arenas. They're whispered as like if a gladiator is sent up to fight the Gage, always bet against the gladiator, right? The Gage is a huge beast with long mandibles, about the length of swords, 2 of them. On top of its head, 3 feathery purple stalks. It's got a huge orange shell, long, like ant-like legs, and underneath the soft underbelly with a large squeaking hole that makes a squeaking sound when it moves that is widely known to release poisonous gas. It's dinosaur sized, so that's what Rysar turns into in this moment.
I'm going for Dia.
Is Dia heading up to the top of the mountain? Is that the idea?
Yeah, she's like sprinting for her brother at this point because she needs to get to him before the ritual happens. She's like, right, none of these people are here to help me. That's fine. I'll go do it on my own.
What about the House Tombador soldiers? Are they like basically falling in with you, or are you leaving them behind and running off on your own?
I would assume they'd follow. She wouldn't give a command, but I would assume they'd follow. There's a lot of people.
Dia, a little context would be nice.
As you hear the shout of a little context would be nice, Rickis, Farron, Breedo, Kita, sorry, and Cronqual, you all hear the sound of combat over the ridge as you're running up to the top of Mount Laeron, and you see spells going off, being fired into the sky. You hear shouts and screams, and as you crest over the top of the hill, you can see Horson, who you met on the ship. And Horson is currently shouting up the hill after a blonde woman you've never met before. And in the middle of the space is a Gage.
Oh, no. Okay. Do I see Laguerre?
Yeah, Laguerre is also there. Well, you see Akasha Laguerre. I'm not sure which version you are currently seeing or whether you know the difference. And Merilla is also probably standing behind Horson. I mean, Sam, what's Merilla's expression right now?
Merilla's expression is blank to the extent that they are taking advantage of a fracas that is going to be a distraction to go make a flank.
Right. You don't really notice Merilla.
If everything is over here, coming this way, if we have no stealth anymore.
Fuck it. Sam, roll me a stealth check for Merilla, please.
Would love to.
No, this isn't stealth like, hiding. This is the stealth of nothing's happening here.
Yeah. Perception filter.
Yep.
That's a 21.
Merilla's also there, but your eyes weirdly sort of skip over Merilla every time they sort of enter your field of vision. You see Horson, you see the Gage, and you see Laguerre clearly, Akasha Laguerre, I'm not sure right at the moment, but clearly hurt, like been attacked, and this blonde woman who you don't know storming up the hill.
That's bad. That's like really, really bad. That's really bad, really bad. That thing's really big, and I don't like that it's so big.
Well, what the fuck? What the fuck? What's happening?
That is a Gage. It is probably let loose from the Megalenion.
What's
Be
a
very
Gage?
careful. It is very dangerous. It
Maybe
is
you
a
should
large...
kill the Gage. I'm just saying.
It's a large beetle. We got 10 pounds with our names
So
on it.
Kita is automatically just gonna go for her dagger, and she's gonna be like, "I am so tired of these big beast bitches. I'm so tired of them." And she's literally just gonna like start charging up to this Gage.
Oh no!
Great. Would anyone like to interrupt Kita from running up to the Gage? Don't all speak at once.
You're gonna hear Varen just say, "This is way more chaotic than I imagined. This was supposed to be straightforward."
Horson, what do you do? Horson, you had your hand raised. What's happening?
So Kita, how's Kita? Noises, shouting, assassin-like. What's the?
See, when she goes and she charges, she's kind of quiet. So I mean, you probably just hear rapid footsteps, and that's it.
Hey, okay, stop for a moment. You, please.
She pauses. She's like, "What?"
Hey, I have a rock arm now too, so it's pretty cool.
And she just does the same thing.
His arm is made of rock.
Varen is just sitting on the ridge. I imagine we went over a ridge. He's just sitting on the ridge, just shaking his head, like ready to do something, but just watching all this unfold and just shaking his head.
That's not what you think it is. It's actually Rysar. So
Does it stop Kita? That's the question.
please don't.
Oh, even more reason. Let's go. So she just keeps running.
Oh, in that case.
Can I stop? Can I attempt to halt like a grapple, like a hey?
Do you want to interpose yourself physically, or do you want to use your words to try and calm the situation down?
I feel like it. The opportunity for words has passed, so his body is going to be the words that he wants them to be.
Cool. Before we do any kind of initiative rolls, do you want to do a running jump and try and grab Kita? That seems fair to me.
Absolutely.
Cool, go for it. While this is happening, Tobes?
Yeah.
Gaisar?
Rysage would like to once more delve into the way within itself, and transmit a telepathic message, which both Rysar and the Gage can do, to everyone within a 30-foot area, saying, I am still Rysar. Dia is with the enemy.
Now, I'm not 100% on the rules of how Gage telepathy works. Don, you can help me here. Would the Gage be telepathically communicating in common, or would the Gage be telepathically communicating in Gage?
Rysar can also communicate telepathically, so...
Sure, but would everyone hear, hello, it's Rysar, Hey, would everyone hear, hello, it's Rysar, I'm trying to... Dia's definitely on the wrong side of this. Or would they hear, in all of your heads? Because I like the second option.
I think they hear Rysar's voice, but, you know.
Yeah, canonically, like, the way it works is that the Gage understands, even if Rysar were a true Gage, the Gage understands all languages of anybody who it speaks to.
Okay, then you all hear that message. It's fine. Perfect. Dia, you also hear that message?
I don't think Dia's within 30 foot.
You can choose not to talk to Dia. Are you choosing not to talk to Dia? Is that important?
Doesn't matter. I move faster than that anyway, so.
Dia's running off.
Dia
all the
moves.
rest of you.
Yeah, I was going to say if she's within 30 foot then.
In which case, you all hear.
But I'm not transmitting.
Okay. So you all hear that. In the meantime, Horson, give me that grapple check, and Kita, give me athletics or acrobatics in response. Akasha, Leger, Rikis, Varen, Kronkwall, Merila. Is anyone doing anything during these three's telepathy and grapples?
Yes.
Sure.
So Laguerre is still there.
Yep.
Kronkwall sees everything, and then when he gets a message from, he's worried, he's anxious, and then when he gets a message from Rysar that he is Rysage, I think he is going to then kind of assess the situation and trust that everybody is not going to kill themselves in a moment, and then he's going to go into the way, and he's going to try to find Laguerre in Laguerre's mind.
As you come to that conclusion, Kronkwall, Varen's gonna say, they're just all gonna kill themselves. We're never gonna get this done.
And then he comes right back out of the way and goes, whoa, no. Then he makes sure they don't just for one moment, Varen, and then he goes back into the way and, like I said, tries to meet Laguerre in the way.
Laguerre, are you currently in a place to be met in the way?
So, yes, upon seeing Kronkwall, you kind of see Laguerre soften. And that's the sound that goes with her softening.
Yeah, it's that intense music that's happening.
That's like the Grinch's heart growing, but not. So, she
Laguerre's
sees
heart
Kronkwall
grew
in the
into a
first...
train that day.
Be careful I don't throw you under it. No, so She's gonna reach into her pockets as she sees Kronkwall, and she looks at him. She just goes, "Portal," and something. She pulls a doll out of each pocket and puts them up to her ears. Dawn.
Yeah, we haven't had these in a while. You can hear the two voices of the two dolls, one in each ear, and the first one says to you in a voice that sounds like Caesar's voice once did, "You, Laeron, you are so close. Are you going to let this turtle stop you now, when everything you want is just above that ridge there? You have come so far. Go just a little further." And then the other voice in the other ear sounds like one of the servants who took care of you when you were young, Akasha. "Akasha, you still have the strength to fight this. Your grandfather needs you. Your friends need you. Kronkwall needs you. Be strong, Akasha. This is your life."
Laeron shoves that doll back into her pocket. She takes the other one. She walks up to Kronkwall. "Hi, Turtle."
And his eyes wash back over to reality as he,
Kasha, I heard from your grandfather that you weren't feeling well. Is everything all right?
and he checks in with the group. I just imagine that just potential danger is about to happen in the background. Like
well, while
anxiety.
you're doing that,
yeah,
while you're doing that, Keita Horson, grapple check. What was it?
I got a 17.
I got a 20.
Keita, as you run in towards the Gaj, Horson, describe how you body check.
It wouldn't. Okay, so as they're like running in like this, he would more try to halt, like a
interpose. Gotcha.
Yes. With like an upper arm grab right behind the delt. Like, hey. Can we? I know there's not time, but can we, for a moment, just talk? That is Rysar? You want to kill Rysar?
Oh, no, trust me. I know it's Rysar.
What has he done?
What hasn't he done? I can give you an entire list. Quite frankly, I can give you a whole fucking saga if you want me to. But I am covered in snake blood right now. I just threw up my guts about 20 minutes ago. Can you please just put me down?
Well, I can't, because he saved my life twice.
Oh, that's very surprising. Very, very surprising to hear, because he has done quite the opposite with everyone else.
Merila, what are you doing while this is happening? Because there's a lot of distractions.
Really are. From what I understand of this building, it's a fortress. It's taking advantage of its high ground, and Merila will therefore do likewise, moving around the side rather than the main gate, and scale less a tower in this instance and more a wall. They're going to go along the wall so that they can get high ground over the courtyard.
It's a flat plateau on top. There aren't any major building or structures on the top here.
There's nothing to climb on.
Well, there's rocks and shit.
Love those.
You want to climb on some rocks and shit? Cool, roll me athletics
But
check.
basically, the core point of it is I'm going in toward the courtyard at a flanking angle. That's
Gotcha.
important.
Yeah, roll me an athletics check to give some good climbs.
How do you like acrobatics?
I mean, I'm sure you do, but it's an athletics check to climb.
All right, that's fair enough. I am obliged to ask. Ooh, that isn't lovely.
It's okay. It's just a question of how long it takes you.
That's perfectly fine.
Yeah, you're managing to keep that stealth roll, but it's a slow scramble. It's a slow scramble.
That'll be 9.
Cool. You are avoiding this whole encounter, which makes a lot of sense. Rikius, Varen, are you still standing back, just watching this unfold?
Lucas has been hiding behind Vera this entire time because freaked out, very scared, doesn't know what's going on.
If we're hiding, we should go over to that vantage point over there so that we can at least do something if something is to be done. And also, we had some other reason to be here, so I would rather head towards that direction.
And I'm gonna see if there's like any micro terrain like in the direction that we're supposed to be going, but so I can keep an eye out for observing this chaotic crew and this situation, because depending how that pans out, that can change what we're intended to do here. So I'm gonna try and position myself where I can see what's happening there, but also observe what we were clued in on as far as
you can do that. So. Rikus, are you going with?
Yeah, Rickers will follow, and we'll probably play with questions such as, what exactly were we supposed to be doing here?
There was going to be summoning the snake god queen.
Right. I kind of forgot about that, because all of that happened, and there was the big scary monster. Okay.
Snakes are like your rival. You should be a little bit more sharp about this.
I mean, there's a lot of snakes everywhere.
Speaking of which, speaking of snakes, Rysage, what's the plan? You are currently a Gage. You've told everyone to work with you, and they're not listening to you. But what's new?
Did you say, speaking of snakes?
No.
I think everyone's listening to me because I'm inside their heads.
Oh, none of them are listening to you.
Okay. Well, I think that's up to them, Chris.
They've all really described doing other things that have nothing to do with you, so I think I'm going to make an executive decision that they're not really talking to you.
I am hearing that there is conversation going on behind me, and I'm like turning my weird little head and looking at them. And I'm seeing Keita, and I think I'm sending a message cantrip, which I can do as the Gage, saying, "Hello, Keita.
She's
I'm
like,
Rysar.
Don't look at me. Don't look at me like that. Don't do that.
Don't be alarmed."
Oh.
So she puts her dagger down very slowly, and she gives you a look. She's like, fine. She just puts it away. And she looks at Horson and she's like, can you put me down now?
Absolutely. He looks at the Gage. Wherever that is, you will make it right?
I'm sort of scuttling around again and then just heading up towards the actual mission objective.
If he'll turn to Keita and go, if there's something you want after this, I'll do what I can to make sure you'll get it.
Right now, I'm just really confused on what's happening. And Rysar just happens to be the last person that I wanted to see after what we just went through. So,
well, hang out with me and we'll walk in a different direction and maybe help out some folks elsewhere, or go where everyone else is going and make a difference. Is that?
Everyone is largely making their way up now, apart most notably from Laguerre and Cronqual. What are you two doing?
I think I'll follow Horson.
I think Ronqual is kind of waiting and hanging on the last question he said, which was,
are you doing all right?
And as he tries to assess as much as he can. I think he also may, as waiting in the response, he may blink in and out of the way, try to just gauge a read on what's happening with Akasha.
Very nice to see you, Tortle. Goodbye.
What do you mean?
would love to stay here and catch up with you and chat and do all of those amazing cordialities that I'm not about, but I don't have time right now. And she's going to continue trying to get to the top.
I think he's gonna furrow his brow if turtles have those. Anyway, he's gonna I guess just focus for a moment and then kind of that was a weird response. And he's just okay, well, and then I think he's gonna questioningly follow suit, but keep an eye on everybody, and also mainly on Akasha. But he also makes his way up and follows Agaj. And I think maybe making I think on the way he's probably going to be talking in the way to Rysar.
So, what are you doing?
So what?
Why are you Agaj?
First of all, hello, Cronquor. It's lovely to see you.
Yes, I would pet you, but I don't want to be paralyzed by your tentacles.
Or condescending. Have I ever petted you?
No, but I was gonna just give you I would be condescending. You're right.
Yes.
Yes.
No worries. You're a friend. I would not be offended.
Where are you going?
Dear up there used profanities against Horson, who's I suppose my other friend here. And she was doing spells against Akasha, and I'm a praetor, so one must uphold the law. So we're going to go and slaughter her. How are you?
Who did what?
Speaking of which, dear, as you get to the top of this, as you crest up this path and get to the top of this plateau at the top of Mount Laeron, you see the following things. You see a large group of Yuan-Ti, quite a few of them, standing at the top of the hill in front of a strange portal, not dissimilar to some you have seen as part of your travels that they are clearly using as part of their efforts to invade this space. Surrounding that portal are a number of Yuan-Ti that look like they're probably somewhat in charge of some kind of ritual that's going on, and they are currently standing around Caesar Caledon, your brother, I believe, and he is stripped to the waist. Very attractive, by the way, but it doesn't matter to you. And his chest has been pierced at various points, and he is being drained of his blood, which is pouring into a vessel in front of him, a sort of inverted pyramid, so like a inverted pyramid.
Just when you thought it couldn't get any more attractive.
I know. And
it's very aesthetic.
That's extremely aesthetic, yeah. Thanks, Don. And as the blood drips from him into this, one of these priests, while chanting and still trying to invoke some magical energy that's swirling around these three priests as well, steps forward and stabs a dagger, creating another cut, and he screams in pain. And you all hear this scream as you make your way up these paths towards the top of this plateau. The portal is not yet open. It is simply a space with a hole clearly designed for a portal to be formed. There is this ritual happening, and also a lot of other Yuan-Ti around the various space. As you step to the top and as this screen turns out, the greenish tinge of the sky starts to slowly turn to red. And at that point, we're going to enter active initiative as you can all decide what you would like to do as you dive into the final ordeal of this campaign. Dear, I'm going to say that since you're the first to run up, there are people behind you who might be able to assist you, but you probably get to sort of make first shout on what you would like to do in this scenario. Just to warn you, there are a 1, 2, 3, 4 metric fuck ton of Yuan-Ti up here. So,
It's fine. So, I've hit full Tom Cruise stride, right? I'm going up the hill. Full Tom Cruise stride. I'm now going to double team it into Sonic Tom Cruise. And use my movement to get within melee of the nearest one to me.
a Yuan-Ti in general, or one of the defilers?
Direct line to my brother. Whoever is in my way.
There are
first.
definitely Yuan-Ti in the way, so you run into the
Good.
first one and just...
Right. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to hex him. Disadvantage on dexterity.
Yeah.
Then I'm going to spend a metric fuck ton of key points on a Searing Arc strike, which is a 15-foot cone. And I'm going to blast them with a ton of radiant damage.
How many dex saves am I making?
However many are in a 15-foot cone from me right now.
4. Right, that is an 8, a 13, a 15, and an 18.
Everything above a 14 is a save.
Okay, so two of them are hit. Do 2 take half damage on your?
Correct.
Yes, great. Thank
All right. So I'm rolling the max damage I can do for this, which is going to be 66, plus the one that's hex is going to take an additional 1d6 necrotic, if that makes sense.
Gotcha. I'll make that one of the ones that passed, therefore evening it out a bit for you.
That's fine with me. Right, so there's your 66, there's 23, so half of that will be 11.
11. Okay, so that's 11. Roll me the extra d6 for the hex as well, please.
And it's 5 on the hex.
Okay, so 16, 11, and 23. As you turn and just step to the front, and this searing radiant energy pours out of your hands and washes over 4 of these Yuan-Ti. There are various different kinds of Yuan-Ti. Some of them appear to have snake heads. Some have more humanoid features with snake eyes and some sort of scaly features up their arms. Some have tails. Some's lower half is a snake. Some's upper half is a snake, and they don't have any arms. It's weird. Some weird looks. But as you reach out and burn out your radiance, 2 of them just howl and shriek and disintegrate in your radiant light, while the other 2 are knocked back. Would anyone like to jump in and move on from that point from here? It's active initiative.
I think if I can go next, because this is the main. I look over to Rickus and say, "Well, I guess that's our cue. That's what we're here for."
Is it okay?
And I'm gonna pull Rickus by their hand or wrist, not like hard, but like because they seem like they're trying to sensory overload of how much things are happening. So I'm just making sure that they feel like there's a direction to go and this direction that I'm headed. While we do that, I'm gonna say, "Oh, that's Rysar. If he goes down, there's a bounty out for him. So I'm probably gonna take his head. If I'm not gonna kill him, but a bounty's bounty, so I'm gonna take his head back to House
Is
Alaxa."
this the out of character £10 sterling?
No, this is the very real House Alaxa.
Right, okay. I just wanted to check. Wanted to check.
It's 20 now.
So that's all I'm gonna say to Rickus as I make my way up towards the top of this plateau.
Cool. What do you want to do?
All right, so I see that someone, Dia, I probably have some intel of who Dia is engaged with 4 of them.
I think Dia's probably, from the way that Charlie described it, I imagine Dia as like running in and hitting, but also just powering through. Like running,
it's like a
hitting.
wave of radiant energy just arcing and sparking.
Okay, so she looks like she's just going hard in the paint, and
yeah, exactly. There are some larger Yuan-Ti that are moving in after this show of force, and frankly, Dia will currently be surrounded relatively easily if other people don't enter the fray.
I'm not entering the fray because it's not like that's not my deal. It's not my gig.
That's cool.
If I don't need to, so I am going to see that they're hard in the paint, and they see a whole bunch of other people around them. This is probably not the best idea for like the whole party as a whole, but it's good for handling what needs to happen. So I'm going to give Dia haste. I'm going to cast haste on Dia.
Nice.
And I'm going to go into stealth just so that like I don't have to actively be in the battle, and I don't even know if Dia's going to know where the source of the haste is coming from, but I'm just going to give it to them and then hide away and look at Rickus and kind of like nod Rickus like you should go help, but I'm staying back here kind of deal.
Well, you, as described earlier to Merila, there are like crags and crenellations on this top that you could easily duck behind. So as you run up, you cast a spell and then roll me a stealth check as well.
Okay. Stealth is +5 here, so let me roll some dice. That is gonna be a 16.
Lovely. You duck behind some of the rocks and make your way out of the way. You manage to move yourself slightly out of the way. Rickus, as this happens, you can see Varen cast a spell over this blonde woman that you've never met before, who suddenly seems to move faster, jump higher. This one.
But the rest of us see that.
As you're all moving up, yes, I think you all do get a sense of this as you move up. Why not? Rickus, do you do anything in this? Do you run after? Do you also hide? A lot of rogues in this party, I just noticed.
Also, just real as a quick aside, because I'm Praetor-esque, you're just gonna see like that mirage type of thing that we had from last episode. You're gonna see a mirage kind of appear around Dia as like almost like a flickering of all that vibration of like fast energy. So that's what's the spell effect on her.
Awesome. Thank you. Rickus?
Yeah, there's a lot going on. Rickus is like, okay, I assume blonde woman, a friend. Cool. Great. Love that. How far away are the closest one to me?
There are the two that got slightly singed. They're probably about 10, 15 feet away from you at this point. There are many, many more, including some larger ones. Some look like spellcasters who are starting to get wise that something's gone down. So what would you like to do?
I guess. Let's see. Yeah, I guess I am just, because we're pretty close. I'm just gonna go up and stab you.
So you run in and stab someone. Absolutely fine. Please run in and stab. I think as Dia radiantly burns and runs through and gets a bit faster, you just run it behind and just leap on one of the ones on the ground, currently screaming from the burning radiation, and just go straight for wherever you want.
Cool. 23.
Yeah, that hits you.
Cool. 3 piercing damage. Can I do sneak attack on this? If my friend's
I'd say D is just about close enough still for you to get sneak attack.
Great, love that. So that's 20 altogether.
Yeah, the one that's on the ground, you just leap on and just take out in one go. Where do you stab through? Is it neck? Is it eye?
It's probably the neck.
Yeah,
right
cool.
there.
You leap up and just go straight through the neck in, and you're now in the midst of all of these. Do you want to disengage and run away?
Okay. So, what size are these creatures compared to me?
Medium, mostly. Some of the larger ones are large. Well, that was a redundant sentence.
Yeah, I'd like to be a nuisance. I'd like to be a small nuisance. I'd like to duck underneath one of these. Because I can. That is literally a thing I can do as a Atari.
Yeah.
And hide.
Roll me a stealth check. Yep, this is happening.
Oh, that's only 11. Boo.
Like, no one can see me! Just leap into this crowd of you auntie who's just moving around each other, very clearly moving because there's a Tari jumping around in between, trying to move through. Don, you wanted to take over?
Yeah, Dia. You, after casting your spell, and not the Sunbolt, because that's kind of a psionic ability, but the spell Hex, which you are drawing from an alien power, a new patron. You are acting against that patron's interests currently, and describe your mental fortress right now, because Dia has a couple.
I think right now they are in her, like, the dream version of her childhood home where she grew up is that version, but it's the kind where you walk through and there are doors where there aren't actually doors in reality, and it's easy to get lost walking around and link into other places. It's essentially Barlick if condensed into a palace or a villa, I suppose. And yeah, that's where they're at. Where she's at.
You sense this inside your mental fortress, an incredible tidal wave of silt, just a forceful wave, and you can feel the vibration in your mind as this wave crashes towards you and smashes into the buildings that you've constructed, the defense that you've constructed to protect your mind, and you know 100% that this is the Queen of Guthay, that this is the person that you're drawing power from, and that when you use that power against her wishes, she is going to punish you for it. You're going to take some damage. This is going to be psychic damage.
Mm-hmm.
This round, it's only 9 psychic damage. That's all. But from here, does that slow Dia down at all before we move on to the next person? Is there any sort of reaction? Was she anticipating this?
She knew that was going to be pushed back. She wasn't sure how quick it would happen. And mentally she calls out to the queen, my brother was off limits. And she winces and she shakes her head and she blinks to focus. She's got to get to point B. And it's literally all of the monk focus, all of the training she's done with horsing. She's like, ground, move. Worry about that later.
All right. Let's move over to Marilla, who's climbing up, not the path that everyone else is using. You're climbing up the sheer cliff face, the crumbled ruins, the rocks, anything you can do to get around to the other side. And because you do this, Marilla, you have a slightly different vantage point and you get to see a little bit more of everything that's going on. And to begin with, there is a massive structure on the top of this mountain. You've seen it at points during your climb up the mountain, as has everyone else, but from here you can see it in its full entirety. It's a horrific statue of the dragon of Athos, a legendary creature that wanders the wastes, destroys entire villages, and legend claims is tied to the destruction of the land that happened a long time ago. And this towering statue here at the peak dominates the view of everything. At its foot, its clawed foot, is tied Caesar Caledon. Man you know as Caledon, you've met him before. Described as Chris described him, wearing the crown of Caesar as well, surrounded by a number of Yuan Ti. And you can see the bleeding, the ritual, as they're draining his blood into this inverted pyramid receptacle. You can see that there are 3 slightly larger Yuan Ts wearing, I want to say it's like Flash Gordon aesthetic clothes, like sharp angled shoulders, right? Just ridiculous colors that nobody should be caught wearing together, are slithering around, focusing on the ritual, as the larger group is on the outside, starting, I imagine, to turn towards these people who are rushing towards them. That's what you see from above.
Lord, Caledon is tied in a way that I might be able to take a shot on those ties or bound. I won't make you roll a perception check because it's such a strange color, and I think Marilla's seen it before, but he is bound with crimson chain. It looks like the same alien metal that you know the Yuan Ti have used in other locations where you've interacted with them.
You just made it even more sexy, Dom. Was that intentional? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
He knows what he's doing. The receptacle, as an interactable object that could potentially be harmed and thereby conceivably disrupt the ritual. What do I think? Looking like, does this look like a physically interactable receptacle?
Yeah, roll me an investigation check, and I'll let you ask some questions. Yeah.
That's 19.
Okay. I'll let you ask me because it is a strange ritual, and it's not like anything you've quite seen before. I'll let you ask me 2 questions about the receptacle and what's happening around it.
What are the visible weaknesses of the receptacle?
The receptacle itself is made out of that strange, almost adamantine crimson metal. It is floating up above a star-shaped obelisk right now. So if the receptacle itself is vulnerable, you're not you not by magic. I'll give you that with a 19. That you can tell because you've interacted with this metal before that it seems to have anti-magic properties.
What then in what's going on surrounding it appears to be the weak link, whether the creature's concentration, whether the obelisk.
Yeah, I would say that you get the sense, the focus, the intense focus in the eyes, the fanatical eyes of the three larger, strangely dressed Yuan-Ti around Caledon. Even as this skirmish is starting, it suggests that their intention needs to remain on the ritual, that the ritual itself might be the weak link.
All right, then. I would like to be a disruption.
All right.
I'm going to have to make a spellcasting ability check of DC 15.
You're using one of your orbs.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Don. Because I won't be if I fail this check.
It's true.
I don't fail the check! Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh! 13!
All
like
right.
Actually a 13. Like a Thank you. It was very cool. Thank you. You didn't
So,
have to do it. Thank you.
Nobody is witnessing this because you're really well hidden, but if they could, what would they see? And then what spell are you casting?
They would see Marilla take an obsidian orb from deep within pockets of their robes and brandish their family dagger, and as they read the runes, circle the dagger around it and then take the butt of it and slam into the orb, shattering it, and the daggers seem to multiply and fly off toward them in a steel wind strike.
Nice.
Oh, it's okay. So you're using Steel Wind Strike. You get 5 attacks here. And are you targeting specifically the Yuan-Ti who are focused on the ritual?
I am.
Of course, of course. Make me 5 attack rolls.
So I am hidden.
Yeah, but it's a magic. It's a spell, so I think this is normal.
I just need to check because I'm making a melee spell attack, and so I need every advantage I can.
Just imagining someone steel wind striking and using sneak attack. That is a horrific combo.
I checked to see whether or not Cane Trick stick it. It can't. But check. All right. That's. How many targets do I have? Because I get 5 off the spell, but I think there are fewer than that here.
There's three of the, and they do have to be different targets. There's 3 Yuan-Ti ritualists, and then there's a plethora of other Yuan-Ti, lesser Yuan-Ti up here.
All right, then I will take 3 and any 2 of the plethora that will also be within 30 feet of my strike.
Cool.
These are the plethora. These are the ones I care about. All right, that's 1 natural 20 on the plethora, 1 natural 20 on the one I care about, 2 plus 2, 4 on one of the ones I care about, dirty 20 on the ones I care about, and 13. Let's see,
And what was the last one? 17?
Yeah, so on the 3 in the ritual, that is a natural 20, a dirty 20, and a 4. Oh, no, sorry, 7. And then on the other 2, it was a natural 20 and a dirty 20.
All right, so you're going to hit 2 of the 3 who are currently engaged in this ritual. You're going to hit 1 of the others as well. And you can roll that damage and double it for the crits.
All right. Let's see. Quick maths. $32 dice damage. So 64 on the crits.
All right. Describe what this look. This doesn't. This might kill one of the other plethora. Might kill one of the soldier types. I'm not sure because Chris's in charge of those.
Yeah. Done so.
You are going to severely wound 2 of the ritualists, though, and I think like at this point, this would be unmistakable to anybody who's running towards this fight. So, what would they see?
They'd see daggers cloaked in obsidian out of nowhere into the ritualists right at the base of the throat, hitting 2 of them and missing 1 to go into the one right behind, a little farther away, and getting it, and 1 other.
Awesome.
Opt not to use my teleport as part of the spell. I'm going to use my cunning action to hide instead.
Cool. Roll that stealth check.
Love to.
Because it's Gage time. Rysage, you were next in line as we were moving up, so you scuttle up to the top of this plateau and see everything as described. What's you gonna do?
So what's left standing? Like how many ritualists?
All 3 ritualists are still standing, although 2 appear to be surrounded by cloaked daggers stabbing them repeatedly and look like they've taken a lot of damage very quickly, maybe more so than the DM's planned. There are also a bunch of other Yuan-Ti around this space, a lot of smaller ones. There's a sort of ruckus among a few of them where they're trying to move sort of moving like something's moving amongst them, but there are a good 10 to 15 Yuan-Ti up here on top of this plateau that aren't currently involved in the ritual, 2 of which are extremely large. Big snake-like Yuan-Ti with long coiled tails, just moving towards the fracas. You can also see Dia running through this, trying to get to this ritual being undertaken at the foot of the statue.
And is Dia within reach of me?
You're quite big and can run quite fast, yes?
I think it's just a standard 30-foot move, actually, but yes, I am quite big. Oh, 40 foot, sorry, yes. So yes, I can.
Dear, you're a monk. What's your speed at the moment?
Jesus, I'm huge.
45 feet.
So, within 5 feet. Within 5 feet. You can, if you want to, catch up to Deer. But there's lots of Yuan-Ti you could also fight. I mean... It's up to you.
I'm going for Deer.
Sure.
I'm going to sort of sit. I mean, I hope you can find a picture of it because it is a horrific creature.
It's like a sort of massive lizard that's also a spider. It's pretty awful.
Kind of like cockroachy as well.
That's a good one. Yeah.
Yeah. So 2 attacks with the mandibles.
Go for it.
I'm going to use the dice roller. D20.
Now, Deer is hasted, but hasn't been able to act yet.
That is a 14 on the dice, which turns into 20. Oh no, 22. It's +8. Oh yeah, so 22.
22. Charlie, I'm guessing Deer's AC isn't 22.
No, it's 16.
Okay, it's currently 18 because of haste, so make a note of that.
Yeah.
But you just this gigantic lizard cockroach monstrosity just runs past a bunch of Yuan-Ti who are currently very surprised. They were thinking they had to defend themselves, and now suddenly the attackers are attacking each other. This is probably fine.
And that is 16 slashing damage.
Fuck. Okay.
And the target is grappled.
Right.
The Rygage may immediately use its reaction to attack a grappled target with its antennae.
Go for it.
Which is a melee weapon attack.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. It's 25.
Oh my
Well,
gosh.
Guessing that hits.
This is...
Damn it, Code!
This is where it really gets hardcore.
Oh, good.
Oh my god, there's not enough. I can't roll enough dice, so I'll do it twice. Okay, there's one. And that's 51 points of psionic damage.
How much?
It's 51 points of psionic damage. And the gauge magically reads the target's thoughts.
Okay. Charlie, I'm guessing Dia does. How are you looking hit points
in
wise?
neon swirly cursive, it's just "fuck you, Rysar," and then it fades to black.
So it says the gauge magically reads the target's thoughts, and the target suffers 98 psychic damage.
Which we've rolled, yes.
The target becomes a mindless husk and is permanently incapacitated if this reduces its hit points to 0.
I was on 22 hit points, so yeah.
Well, that
Her
happens.
actual thought, like as you were doing this, was probably just, "I have to get to Caledon. I have to stop this."
I guess you hear a message through the sonic pathways of the way from Rygaj saying, "Traitor."
Nice. Keita, Horson, you arrive at the top next and
sorry,
see this.
I have another attack.
Oh, sorry. Rysar can
Which
fight.
I'm using on one of the wounded ritualists.
You can't get through to them. They're a bit too far away. You're still in the
Oh, I'll
midst of
just
all
get
the UNT.
random UNT number, whatever, red shout.
Cool. Make me an attack roll.
Now I roll a 4. Oh god. Which is a 12, but I
Now,
guess
as you strike out, trying to hit more of them, you realize that you're kind of swamped. There's a lot of them, and they are just crowding around you. And you realize you may have bitten off more than you can chew.
I mean, the entree went down pretty well, so.
Cool. Keita, Horson, you arrive and see Rysaj kill Dia.
And turn to a mindless husk.
I'm sorry, you arrive and see Dia get turned into a mindless husk. Apologies. Clarity.
With haste.
Oh.
Yep. You see that happen.
Well, at the end of Horson and Keita's exchange, little bit of timey-wimey here. He's gonna reach back in his pantel area and pull out an Obsidian Dagger, and he'll look over at Keita and be like, "As a show of good faith," and give the dagger of paralyzing poison to Keita.
Are you sure you want to give that to me?
Some risks are worth taking.
And there's like this look of just pleasure in her eyes. She's like, "Oh shit!" And it's shiny. Oh yeah. So she's gonna take it and she's gonna look at it. What exactly does it look like? I don't think she's ever seen one before.
It's an obsidian dagger. It's like shorter, and then I don't know, Don. What's it look like?
It has the hilt. It's an obsidian dagger with an ivory hilt that looks like a twisting snake, and it's a triangular shaped dagger. It kind of juts out and then back in with the obsidian blade. But you can you're a rogue. You've dealt with poisons before. You can see the slight change of color that suggests that this has been treated very heavily with probably a potent poison. It's just a little bit of green that reflects off the light.
Okay, cool.
It's effective because he'll turn to his back. Yeah, it got me twice.
What happened?
I don't want to talk about it.
That's fair. So she's gonna put it away in her little hilt that she has.
And you're both running to the top of the plateau and see, as described, lifeless husk.
Oh. See, I would care more if I knew who that was and what just happened.
She was a student of mine. And I'll look over at Rysar.
Rysage, please.
Rysage. What the fuck are you doing?
Exactly what I told you we were coming here to do, Orson, friend.
What about that ritual?
I'm gonna fuck that up next.
And I'd recommend you bring her back. I don't know how this works, this magic thing. You fucking bring her back.
She was working for them, Orson. I am sorry.
I don't believe it.
Then roll an insight check.
Well, yeah, you asked for it. 8, asshole.
Can I, like, willfully not do a save? Like, fail the save?
Not a
Fail the
saving throw.
save or whatever.
It's not a saving throw or an ability check. An insight check is against you talking. Horson, you rolled an 8. You have no idea if he's telling the truth or not.
Okay.
Can I do an insight check?
Sure.
Okay.
I'll say I was broadcasting sonically.
A 15.
He seems to genuinely believe this is true. Is that fair, Tim?
Yeah, I think he's telling the truth, surprisingly.
All right, wait. And let's fuck up that ritual.
Yeah, I still don't know what's going on, but okay, yeah, we can do this. Yeah, great.
Let's take out some snakes.
Right, now the two of you are both physical combatants. How do you want to combine your turns to do something badass?
And so we're far away from the ritual and like the big snake things in the center?
There are a lot of Yuan-Ti between you and the ritual, yes.
How far away is the ritual?
As the crow flies, probably about 60 feet, but there's a lot of bodies in the way.
Okay. Cool, let's carve a path. And then going to forcefully, with his cool new rock arm up, and then he's going to unfurl his shiny new Spelljammer javelin that Marilla so kindly gifted him from the Spelljammer. Push forward as far as he can and do a couple of thrusts forward.
Now, you have an ally right with you there. Can you do something together, or do you want this to be something you do individually?
Yeah. Okay. He'll look at Keto. He's like, we just met, but if you trust me, hold on. And I'll point to his waist.
Okay, so she's gonna do this, and she's gonna be like, all right.
And he's gonna chuck the javelin at one of the big things in the center by the ritual.
Awesome. Go for it. You just chuck your javelin over the top of this entire scrum. It goes flying over the top of and you're going for one of the defilers?
Yeah, it's a 14.
Is that a hit, Dom?
14's a hit.
Yeah, roll with damage.
Just a hit.
Whew.
It's just the left number, just 11 piercing.
One of the ones that's already damaged?
Yeah.
All right.
And then I'm going to use a bonus action to use one of the cool abilities of the spear to Misty Step to where the spear is.
Fuck yes. Fuck yes. That is a move.
She's like, I still don't know what's going on, but this is so cool.
And this is alien like technology, basically. You know, it passes for magic because you don't quite understand it, but this is illithid. It's from another world entirely. So Horson, you chuck this spear and it goes through the shoulder of one of these three ritualists. It's already been wounded a little bit by one of Marilla's attacks. The javelin, the missile, sticks through their scaly skin, and that green flashing light on the end of the haft begins to rapidly blink. And when the color changes to blue, Kita and Horson, it's like your stomach is being ripped out of your gut forward. It's like you're going into hyperdrive. You're not traveling far, but it feels like you could have traveled between different worlds. It's a rush. It's an incredible rush, and only lasts for a split moment. And when it stops, it's like slamming on the brakes after you've been going as fast as you can in your car. But you appear beyond the throng of soldiers and right where this ritual is.
Nice. Kita, what you're going to do is you appear amongst all of these Yuan-Ti doing a ritual.
So everyone who was with me last time, dog vomiting, that's what's happening. And just heaving. And she's still holding on to Horson because she's like, I need some stability. And she's just like,
Cool. Is that your action?
No. So she lets go. And she takes a minute. She's like, okay. So where exactly are these Yuan-Ti? How far away?
Well, you're standing right next to one that looks more confused, very badly hurt, but the look of pain and worry is completely covered by the look of utter confusion. As Horson appears right next to the javelin that's been gone through them, they look very, very badly hurt. There's another one nearby, also looking over, trying to concentrate on a ritual, but also like, what's going on over there? Like, kind of confused, about 10 feet away. And there's another one that looks like they're less badly hurt. There are three.
Okay. So the one right next to me, I think I'm gonna open up the ground into like a magma pit, so
Sure.
like it can fall in. Let's see. That is an 18.
Is that hit, Don?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, sweet. So let me roll the fire damage really quick. That's 13 fire damage.
All right. And what would anybody else see as you do this? And this Yuan-Ti, in terms of like, imagine their size, if they were to stretch up their spine all the way to the sky, probably about 16 feet. It's a long, thick body, tree trunk size.
So, as soon as she grounds herself, her veins in her arms start to glow. And her eyes are that familiar orange that everyone sees whenever she does use her powers or anything. And she does like one big stomp on the ground. And when she does, her feet kind of go into the earth. And there's a singular crack that comes from one of her feet, and it goes to that Yuan-Ti. And then eventually, like, the ground itself starts to rumble and it starts to slowly open. And right underneath is like this hot, just lava that's kind of swirling a little bit in a little bit of a vortex because she's trying to get fancy. And then slowly it just like starts to burn up its body. So yeah, that's what everyone sees.
Fuck yeah, we can be friends.
Is it still standing? Don, is it still standing?
It's not down, but it's trapped, right? That's part of what your ability does. So it's no longer slithering around in a circle. It's writhing in this mass of molten lava. And as it does so, you can smell the cooking snake meat as it tries to stretch up its body to keep as much of its coil as possible out of your magma.
Okay. Smell like chicken.
Right, Don, you're taking it from here, right?
Yeah, I gotcha.
Nice.
So, Bree, anything else on your turn? Horson, anything else on your turn? I know you both attacked, but you still have a movement. And you still have a bonus action.
Do I know that was the attack action to throw the spear. Because I threw it, do I get the 2 attacks from the attack action?
Do you have extra attack as part of your class, part of your pugilist ability?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, you have another attack.
So the nearest one, after seeing that, he's gonna look like in awe, like that was the coolest shit he's ever seen, and he's just, without looking, going to do the Hulk Thor thing from Avengers 1, where he just extends his fist straight out and hopes that there's a snake there.
Go for it.
Aces.
That's a 20.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Awesome. 11 bludgeoning. And with the new Crusher feat in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, it's going to move 5 feet.
Okay. So you extend your arm to the side, Horson, and the uninjured of these 3 chanting snakes runs right into your fist, and their head sways back and forth. A couple of their fangs pop out of their mouth. You can see and hear the rattle and their tongue lash out, and they stagger back out of the circle 5 feet, and they turn their gaze on you. Kita, anything else?
Yeah, so the one that I just trapped, I think I'm going to use that Obsidian Dagger, because why not? We'll see. We'll see how it goes. That is a nat 20.
Ooh. All right, so roll your regular dagger damage, doubled, because roll double damage dice because it's a nat 20.
Okay.
Then this deals an additional 3d6 poison damage on a hit, so it's going to double that as well. You're going to deal 66 poison damage.
It's also a sneak attack.
Yep.
So I'm going to be rolling. I'm going to be rolling
And a
10
snake attack.
d6s because I get an additional 4d6 because of my sneak attack.
It's 8d6 now.
8d6. So you're going to roll
8d6.
14 d6
Oh.
plus your regular dagger.
Oh. Here I am being modest. 56 damage.
All
I thought
right,
51 was going to be the biggest, but wow, 56.
56
nice.
is really good. Okay, so that is enough to kill this burning snake, and you can describe exactly what happens, whatever you'd like.
Okay, so I'm gonna imagine this fucker is literally just like facing away from me. And so I'm still like illuminated and everything because I'm in the zone. And I kind of intensify the magma pit that he's in just so it can hurt a little bit more. And then like when I run up behind him, I just take the Obsidian Dagger and I go from the top of his body and I just run it down his back. So his skin just like starts to just split open, and then I just like pierce it deeper, and then I like rip it again. And then like once it gets to a certain point, I kind of just rip it open, and then more snake guts get on me because that's just how it's gonna go. So
rip and tear.
So yeah, she's always dramatic with her dagger attacks. So there's that.
You found yourself once again covered in guts. It's just, that's how it goes sometimes. And you tear this snake creature open. Right now, there's 2 other ritualists. One of them has been knocked out of the circle and is turned on Horson. Another one still is chanting and circling around. I just, like, for narrative's sake, which one at the end of your turn does Kita face?
Oh, the one that's chanting, because I mean they're controlling everything. So yeah, she's gonna turn to them.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Cronkwall and Laguerre, you were coming up at the end of this trail up to the top, so you've witnessed all of this as you're climbing to the peak. You see the ritual, you see the throng of all of these yuan ti. And even though for a moment it looks like the team is coming together, except for in the case of Rysar and Dia, you can see Dia's body there, which we'll get to in a second. And you can see the gauge that is Rysar starting to be swarmed by yuan ti. But even though it looks like you've made a strong start, at least your friends have, I don't know if you're getting involved or not, there's still a massive number of these yuan ti, and it looks like the tide might turn. But the two of you are together. What are you doing as you get to the top?
Is there a reason you're still following me?
I'm making it up to the mountain as well. Oh, everyone else is here. Okay.
And he starts to get overwhelmed with everything that's happening and where he should go. And then he's going to, if you will excuse me, he's going to then bring in, and he hasn't done this in a while, he's going to bring his staff under his chin. He's going to take a couple steps forward, bring the staff under his chin, stand as tall as he can, and he's going to wait for them to take their turn before he takes his.
Cool.
What's Laeron doing?
Laeron's going to keep trying to make her way to the top of the mountain and get past Kronkwall without giving in to the urge to poke him in the forehead and tip him over and make him end up on his shell upside down, because the urge is very, very strong. She would help the people that are in the battle, but she doesn't want to.
How do you think Laeron would help? Because this is the situation. You have a throng of warrior type yuan tis who are gathered here. You have a portal fairly far behind them that hasn't opened yet, but you can see that the color is starting to change green to now red. As waves of red are streaking through the sky from the direction of the portal. And then it looks like a few of your allies, or a few of the people that you found yourself with, Laeron, have gotten beyond the line. Have gotten beyond the line of the yuan ti in the front, and they seem to be engaged with whatever rituals happening behind it, which is at the foot of this massive statue of the dragon.
Fine. If you would like, I would like to aim at the one that is closest to me. And now I will officially... Ooh, wait a minute. So, the closest person to me, are they within like 120 feet?
Oh, yeah. They're yuan ti like 10 feet in front of you.
Okay, so say I were to build a barrier between myself and these yuan ti and these people I'm stuck with. Could I do that and still have a free course to the top of the mountain? Hypothetically.
You could box them in, but then you'd be having a long walk around the outside to get up to the ritual.
So I'm going to do it anyway.
Okay.
And I'm going to veer to the side, and around the yuan ti, I am going to build a wall of fire that is 60 feet long and 20 feet high and 1 foot thick. And each creature in the area is going to have to make a dex. And on a failed save, a creature takes 5d8 fire damage, or half as much on a successful save.
I'm rolling. Nat 1. 8. 9. 8. 16. 7. 7. Another nat 1 and a 6. You burn all of them bar 2. This wall of fire like curves around where they are, and Kronkwall, you step forward to like, I'll wait for them to whoop, as just this wall of fire just burns out in front of you. And roll me that damage, Christina. Let's see it.
All right. Let's see.
It's a good noise.
All right. So... 36 points of damage.
Okay. Inside this wall, Rickus, you're inside amongst all of these Yuanti, and suddenly you just hear screams. It's very, very warm. You're not being burned, but you see around you, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of the Yuanti around you just start screaming and burning and flailing around wildly. You just start worming your way through them to get out of the fire. You don't get burned by this. Rysar, you can see around you most of the Yuanti are now burning on fire, desperately trying to run away from this. The ones that are not too badly burned, still take some damage but not fully, are a bit bigger and look a bit chonker and are taking some fire damage, but only half, and are looking to see what is going on in this whole situation and dealing with it. But yeah, Laguerre does a horrible, horrible thing.
Laguerre, after you create this wall of persistent fire, and you hear the screams, it does create a little bit of room for you to move around if you want to try to get to the center of the ritual without actually getting into melee combat. It might take you this turn and to the end of next turn to kind of work your way around from the side, but you do open up enough of a path with this fire that you, unless somebody comes to stop you, could possibly do that. Are you moving, or are you standing there just in the fire starter in the center of this wall?
Oh no, you got to start it and forget it. So I'd like to go ahead and continue doing what's meaningful, which is what I want.
Okay. And you start working your way along the outside. Roll me, let's call it an Arcana check.
I think the blast of heat and Kronqual's phobia of fire is going to distract him from what his plan was. So I'm going to actually take my action during this.
Take your turn next.
19.
You can sense the sword. There are multiple sources of great power here. Obviously, the Yuan-Ti, whatever they're doing, their alien power, which is sort of this mix between magic and psionics, is powerful, but there's actual massive amounts of power coming from both this archway that they've erected with crimson metal that will serve as the portal. There's an incredible amount of power coming from the receptacle, which as you're walking along the outside, you kind of get a little bit of a glance at this upside down pyramid shaped receptacle that they're draining Caledon's blood into ritualistically. And then the actual statue of the dragon, this massive statue that looms at the top of this mountain itself, is an ancient source of power. You feel that as you're moving around the outside edge. Kronqual, your plans have changed. What are you doing, my friend?
They have. Can I quickly get for those of us in the chat who have ADD and also me, an update of the battlefield?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so you have a throng of Yuan-Ti, relatively large, at least your size, most of them a little larger at least, warriors who are kind of rushing away from where this ritual is taking place. They're engaged with some of the fighters of the party. A lot of them are being burned alive. A decent number of them are being burned alive by this wall of fire, which Akasha or Laguerre has summoned.
Is that in front of Akasha or behind Akasha? Is there a wall of fire between me and Akasha?
Not a wall of fire between the two of you. Okay. She's moving within the wall of fire, kind of around the edge of the battlefield. Towards the center of the battlefield, you see, I don't think you would see Rickus, but you definitely see, what do we call him? Gaisar?
Yeah.
He's massive, right?
Yeah.
The Gaj is massive, that Rysar is massive. You don't see Marilla, but you can probably see through the flames Kita and Horson towards the center of this ritual, which is from you about 35 feet away.
Okay.
There are bodies between you and it.
Okay, I think he's going to be taken aback by the fact that flames just erupted like in front of his face from Akasha. I feel like Akasha would know that he is terrified of fire and his backstory. Hello. And so I think he's going to potentially like he's like when he's focused in the way, there's a disruption, and he's now focused on Akasha and also seeing everything else, or what he says is Akasha. And when Laeron does the spell, is she raising her hands? Is there any sort of movement that happens when you cast the spell?
Yes, it's a very nonchalant but baller AF.
Okay. Okay, I think, is there, in your movements and in this casting and in you walking through the fire, is there a way that Kronqual can see a glimmer of a mirror? I don't know how to ask this without it being a meta thing.
Ooh, okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Laeron, what's your... Roll me a what's your passive stealth or passive sleight of hand? So what's your sleight of hand bonus or your stealth bonus, whichever's highest for Laeron?
No, perception. All right.
Perception.
Oh. What's your stealth? What's your stealth or your sleight of hand bonus?
Let's do perception 3.
No, I will be perception.
So, and this is gonna be a hard
for
check.
stealth, I have a 1, so it's
a 1. So this is gonna be a hard check. So it's gonna be a degree of difficulty above normal. So you need to roll a 16 or higher.
I rolled
on your
18
perception check.
plus 1, so 19.
So you might see a glimmer of a mirror. I don't know where it would be on Akasha's body. Where would it be? Yeah.
I think that as she does her effortless, nonchalant baller AF hand wave, she goes to step through and her mirror falls out of her pocket and slides towards Kronqual's foot.
Sweet.
I love that. It's super dramatic.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
You see it because it like actually slides
I was
towards
going to
you
just
on the
bonus
ground.
action mage hand it out of there, but that's cool too, because that actually makes way more sense, because he's still not entirely sure what a mirror is. All right, cool. So yeah, I think he'll look at that for a moment and see it, and he's going to pick it up. I assume maybe that there's an Akasha reflection in there, and if there isn't, he's going to pick it up anyway and study it. And if there is, I don't know.
I'll let Christina describe. I'll let Christina describe what he sees in the reflection, and you can roll me an Arcana check, and I'll let you ask questions if you roll.
So he picks up the mirror. Obviously, he sees Akasha against the glass, banging her way against it. Just, Kronqual, help me! Help me! Help me! Please, it's me! It's me! It's Lady Akasha. That's not me! That is not me! That is not me! I would
That isn't you.
No!
All right.
Does everyone think that I'm that
Everyone's
self-obsessed
finding
and
you,
just
everyone.
so involved, so self-involved that I would just be like,
It's okay, Akasha.
everyone's so against me. I'm stuck in a mirror.
Okay.
You're right, and he just covers the mirror with his giant hand, and okay. I don't really know. I'll do the Arcana check, which I clicked on. Oopsie. I usually never do that. When I roll 20. Whoa. Okay. I rolled a 21, which means it was a crit.
A 21.
But a natural 20.
What is? Oh, it's a natural 20.
Yeah,
Okay.
natural 20.
That means you're gonna get like really specific answers, and I'll let you ask me 2 questions about this mirror.
How do I get her out of here?
That's a very good question.
Thank you.
Right. So, first of all, don't break the mirror.
Okay.
If you want to get Akasha out, don't smash the mirror.
Okay,
that would be bad. Yep. It's gonna require magic. It's gonna require dispel magic. You use a spell that you don't know, but you know, like, this is not psionics. This is for certain magic, and it's gonna take somebody who knows what they're doing to do it.
Okay. Well, it's going in the shell.
It's going in maybe his waistband.
All right, I will get you out. Just
I think he's then going to. That was a lot of stuff. I think he's just going to move next because I probably can't make any attacks. So he's going to move up.
So yeah, we'll say the Arcana check was your action.
Yeah.
But you do have your movement and a bonus action if you want to prepare a spell as you're moving up.
Oh boy, there's so many things now. He's going to. Yes, he's going to then bonus action Shillelagh, I think Shillelagh's my bonus. Yeah, he's going to, as he puts Akasha in his waistband, then he steps forward. He is going to then, walk with his staff, and as he walks with the staff, thorns grow out from the top of it, as well as, all around it, and larger needles stick out from the top of it as he walks closer towards the fray, and just starting to get ready, and then he puts the staff under his chin again, as close as he can to the middle of the fight, and get ready to focus.
You moving like towards where Rysar is, the Gauge is?
Yeah.
Okay.
But he's gonna probably
move right.
He's probably going to keep some sort of distance because he has seen how reckless and terrifying Gauges are before.
As you move towards the edge of the center of the fight, towards Rysar and the thick of it, that's the end of your turn after casting your spell, and that's the end of everybody's turn this round, which means it's the NPC's time. Before we see what happens with you on T next, however, I want to take a visit to what's left of the mind of High Praetor Nadia of House Tomblador. Nadia, your mental fortress, which you've described right now as being sort of an encapsulated version of Balak itself, that huge tidal wave of sand has covered the city within your mind. Just layers and layers and layers. You can only see the very tops of the highest buildings, the buildings of the Megalenion, the Ivory Palace itself. They stretch up out of that sand just so. You can see the top, the head, the needle-nosed beak of the dragon statue as well up above that sand. And the last thing that you remember is Rysar, transformed into this Gauge, charges you. The mandibles clam around your body and lift you up off the ground. And when one of those three purple tentacles whirl around your arm and make contact with you, Rysar's all of a sudden, briefly, in your mind. And then an incredible pain, like nothing you've ever felt before, goes through every part of your nervous system. Your mind itself feels like it's on fire, and then silence. And you find yourself here, standing on top of the Ivory Palace in your mind, looking out at this vast sea of silt.
What? She looks very slowly from one side to the other, taking in that sea of silt. And I imagine it has that effect of freshly fallen snow where it just deadens all the sounds of the world. It's just that complete void. She takes a deep breath in, straightens her spine, and her hands go to the railing. And she recalls the conversation with Caesar. He'd asked her if she was ready. He doubted that she was ready. And she remembers a time when he tried to push into her mind. And he'd seen what her palace was. The palace of the dining room of her family home. And he'd warned her that would always be her weakness. Build a palace too close to your heart, and you'll crack. And after that, she began the creation for him of a lantern, twisted metal and colored glass. But it wouldn't contain light, it would contain something more powerful. Something she couldn't understand yet. And it had been a work that had taken her years of her life, all at the same time running public works for the city, where she'd seen other great creations go up. She'd helped design some of them, and she'd helped work on policies. She relayed everything to Caesar, and he'd gifted her more power. But she would always need more power. That was the lesson that had most deeply touched her. She would always need more. And as she moves her hand from the railing, there's just handprints of blood left behind. And she looks and she wonders if there will be any mark in the real Balak. Or if, like the crumbling statue of Caesar, if like these silts, she's just dust. Just something that will fade and move on, cover some ugliness, hide some beauty, and be nothing.
You're beginning to sink, and so are the last vestiges of your mental fortress into that endless silt. You can feel it shifting beneath your feet. You can see the level rising to meet you. And then in all of that silence, a voice, the voice of an enemy that you made for yourself. And the voice says, "You can release me now. I will take you with me now."
We did have a deal. And unlike you, I keep my word. Travel on, traveler.
You have the vague sense of your lantern breaking, releasing. You're not with your body anymore. And the traveler's mind, the Illithid's mind that you entrapped within it, released. And as you release it, it takes you with it. And you find your mind now trapped within a spelljammer orb, this multicolored, hued ball of light that you've looked into yourself before, and now you're looking out from within. You see there on the floor of the ship, the Illithid rise, the captain of the ship rise, and he stretches out his long curved purple fingers around the orb that you're trapped within. He speaks an arcane word. The ship begins to vibrate, and it starts to shoot up into the sky, and just for a second, you can see the battle down below. Just for a second, you can see your own body down below. Flames looking ever closer and closer to it. Diadella, Nadia of House Tomblador, what are your final moments like on the world of Athos?
She thinks to those flames and how colored flames have been so important in the last few years of her life. She imagines jumping into them and burning so many people alive. She has so much pure anger in her in this moment. She has so much revenge, so much anguish that she's held onto, that she's kept within her for a lot of years, and she wishes she could just supernova and just erase so many things. But those flames aren't her flames, and she focuses on that last connection to her family, her brother, bound, and how she couldn't save even him. She couldn't save Alec, she couldn't save him, Her father is probably lost. Her mother is definitely lost. And the city is dying on a dead world. But she remembers the tree. Something very alive. And the power of it that she never understood. And she thinks about that strange old man who'd been traveling with them through the Silt Sands. She spoke to him maybe twice. She trusted him to help her. And she smiles knowing that there are so many things that even after all this time, she doesn't understand about this place. And she has hope that it's those things that can fix it, because nothing she had was going to fix this.
Those are the thoughts that are in your mind as you leave Athos and join the stars, at least your mind does, traveling to other places and other worlds. Back down below, however, it is the Yuan-Ti's turn to fight for what they want.
Well, most of the smaller ones are burned or burning or running away or screaming or in horror, so we're going to leave them out. But the three massive abominations, they've got a few targets they could choose from, but there's a massive gauge right there. So, two of the abominations, these gigantic, large, snake-like creatures, move towards this horrific creature and just lay into it. The first going to try and wrap around and constrict the gauge. What is your armor class? Gauge, rice gauge, gauge. You are muted.
I think it's 18, but let me just double check. Yes,
18?
it's 18. 18.
Cool. The first tries to wrap its snake-like tail around you and constrict you, but misses. However, it is going to try and bite you as well. That is a 25, and it is going to slash you with its scimitar as well, and that is an 18. So both of those hit. So you take 1, 2.
Now, I've got a question. I didn't know I had a bonus action, which is to hide in my shell, but I guess it's too late for all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Get on my level.
I've never been a gauge before.
You take 19 points of slashing and piercing damage from the bite and the scimitar as it slashes out at you. Are you resistant to poison damage as a gauge?
I am immune
to poison
damage. No, I'm immune to the poisoned condition.
That's not the same thing. You also take another 15 points of poison damage from the first one.
Right, hang on. I also, now listen, and this is the exciting bit that you'll like, Chris. Polymorph is a concentration spell. So
I know.
Oh, okay, fine. So what was the damage total there, sorry?
Well, I did that as two separate ones. Just do one concentration check for me. The DC will be, what was it? It was 15 and it was 19. So that is
34.
34. So the concentration check is 17 or higher.
So I roll a d20.
And add your con modifier.
You know what?
What?
So I need a 17.
Yup.
Okay, let's roll it. Come on.
Good sign. It's a good sign. What you got?
Well, that's a natural one.
As this snake tries to coil around you and you move out of the way, but then the scimitar cuts through you and the bite lands on you as well, you just shrink back into Rysar.
And then I was an elf with extremely low constitution again.
Yes.
Cool.
The second abomination, seeing this and seeing you hit the deck, is going to look at you slightly confusedly and is again going to try and wrap around you. So using the Constrict Attack. What is Rysar's AC?
I think it's 17, but this is a classic Rysarism.
Yep.
I definitely say, oh.
Right.
Let me
I have rolled a 20.
AC 17, yes.
Cool. I've rolled a 22 to constrict you. Do you want to cast shield?
Well, that would make it 22, which would still be a hit. So.
Okay. It wraps around you, and you are squeezed with the girthy strength of this tail for you're welcome, for 8 points of constricting bludgeoning damage, and you are grappled and restrained.
Only 3.
Only 3. Gronkor blocks some of the damage.
Oh, nice. Okay, that's good.
As it constricts around you, this gigantic snakehead just leans down towards you and just looks at you confusedly. And what do you think you're doing?
What's that language? Is it speaking in common?
Yeah.
Fucking your plans in the snake hole.
Right in the snake hole.
Why would Rysa would not say that? I'd be like, oh, I'm on your side.
Is this not the last moment of the campaign? His last moment to just be a bit more snarky and cutting edge?
A bit of the Gage's mind was in there. Just like,
because you're restrained, it attacks with advantage. The first is a 22 to hit you again. And the second is a 17.
Well, yeah, I'm in a 22 wall.
How about the 17? Does that hit you as well?
Not if I cast shield.
Do you cast shield in the last one?
Oh, it's 2 separate attacks. Sorry, I thought that was the...
No, it rolls with advantage because you are grappled.
Yeah, fuck yeah, I do.
Cool. So you dodge out of the way of as the scimitar strike comes down. You, but then it just opens its mouth really too wide and just goes right down on top of you as it bites you and poisons you.
Woof.
Woof. 19 points of damage. You alive?
I tried.
Just right down over the top of Rysa. This gigantic snake-like mouth unhinges at the jaw.
I was on
and
18.
And just goes over the top of Rysa. Now, because of D&D rules, that doesn't kill you. But you are definitely unconscious. There is a third abomination that is going to look for Rickis, who's currently scuttering between all the different UNT bodies, just flailing and moving around. They saw movement. They're not blind. That is a 12. What was your stealth roll when you dove into the crowd?
An 11.
It finds you. As you're scurrying through the bodies, this gigantic snake just starts moving corpses aside, trying to find you. And as it moves corpses aside, it's going to see you and again try and use its tail to snake through and grab a hold of you. That is a 14.
That is my armor class.
Haha! You are also grappled by the tail as it wraps around you and does a 12 points of bludgeoning damage to you. It is also going to hold onto you and drag you out and try and slash you and bite you with the advantage now as well. Wow, with advantage that's an 11. The scimitar doesn't hit. But with advantage on the bite, that is a non-nat 20 to hit you, which I assume does.
Yeah.
Ooh, it's a good damage roll too. 8 plus 20 points of damage, including poisoning and piercing as it bites deep
Cool,
into
we're gonna uncanny dodge that real quick.
You're still alive, right?
Yeah, I'm still fine. I rolled a bunch of hit dice between last time and this episode.
As we agreed, that was a short rest. Cool. Lovely. But you are currently grappled and constrained by it in the midst of this wall of fire that surrounds most of these dead UNT bodies and you and Rysar and these 3 abominations.
Chris?
Yes?
Am I able to do like a free action telepathic message as I'm getting consumed?
Sure.
I just want to say to Horson, I was on bonus time. I did the Elven Queen's bidding.
You're not dead yet.
Sure.
I mean, you're not dead yet. Yet's the operative word. Dom, what do the Defilers do?
So what's happening in the center where the ritual is, as a lot of the Yuan-Ti fighters have been burned away or dying, there's these 3 large ones left that Chris just described. Inside the circle close to the statue, Kita has skinned alive one of the 3 ritualists. These are the ones that wear the strange, sharp-shouldered, Flash Gordon-esque robes. And there's 2 left. One of them is pretty wounded. It's the one that Marilla nearly cut in half with their spell. The other one is smashed by Horson and has stumbled out of the circle, but appears to be fairly healthy and is trying to continue the ritual. And their turn occurs. Horson, the very wounded one that you're face to face with, it's turned on you, is going to first try to constrict you. That's the first thing that's going to happen. An 18.
Yeah,
all right.
That'll constrict me.
All right, so this robed Yuan-Ti, not quite as large as the big boy soldiers that we've described, that Chris was describing, but still larger than most, wraps around you. You can feel the scales pushing into your skin. You can hear a rib crack as it manages to keep you from getting away. 11 bludgeoning damage, and you are grappled. And it gets to use its bonus action to make a bite attack. It's been 18.
That'll also do it.
All right. It'd be 9 more piercing damage and 5 poison damage. So imagine that as you're wrapped up with this thing, it's bleeding heavily, like it's wobbly, right? It looks like it's barely moving. It still manages to wrap around you with speed and clamp down with its fangs onto your shoulder, and you can feel the poison coursing through your system. You fought Yuan-Ti before. You know what this feels like. And then its head snaps back and it waves from side to side, and it casts a spell.
Nice.
It's going to target Kita with hold person. So its head twists around, its body twists around from its upper torso, and its eyes fall on you, Kita. And as it does, you can see the narrow slits of the snake eyes turn to a strange yellow spiral that seems to be moving, drawing you in. And I need you to make me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, okay.
Are you hypnotoading them? Okay.
Yeah, totally.
I got a 17.
Oh, I actually think that's enough. It is. All right, so you resist the effects of the spell for a second. You're being drawn in further and further and further, and then you're back. You can hear the battle happening all around you. The sound, the cacophony. The remaining ritualist that Horson struck with a punch and knocked away 5 feet slithers between 2 dead snake bodies that are kind of burning and not moving, and gets back to the circle, and it worms its way around the circle back to Caledon, 2 strange red daggers in its hand, and cut. It creates 2 more wounds on Caledon's body, and those wounds begin to drain, no longer dripping blood into this receptacle, but now openly pouring blood into this receptacle, and it's starting to fill up. And as it does, there's a crackling red lightning from within this archway that they've created, and the portal begins to form. It's starting to form. It's mere moments away from being there. That's what happens on their turn. Let's go back up to the top of the round, and let's start with Michael, because Viren, you've been kind of standing in the back, like out of the way. You described like casting your spell, then hiding. Michael, you've witnessed Nadia fall. You've witnessed Rysar, who's currently being swallowed, like was a Gaj, got changed back into his regular form, is being swallowed by a snake. and you see that Rickus is in trouble. You see that there's a wall of flame that has been created, and Yuan-Ti are burning, and there's a couple individuals close to the ritual who are trying to stop it.
Gonna say to myself, this is going as well as I expected. And I'm going to cast slow as a 40-foot cube. Is that going to get every aggressor, like the enemy combatants in this? Because it's a 40-foot cube. So if I can, I'm going to target each and every one of them.
Say like, yeah, it's enough to hit all of the Yuan-Ti that are, still meaningfully fighting you.
Okay. Is it 6 or less of them?
Yeah, that's 5.
Perfect. Yeah. So I'm gonna do that. You're just gonna see from my mind. You're gonna see kind of like that same little small sphere that I put, like a mirage type sphere, and it's just gonna melt down into the ground and then shoot out from the ground all the way to the creatures, and then you're gonna see like this condensed mirage on their shoulders and on their head, kind of like if you've ever been out in the sun for way too long without water, and you just have the heaviness of the sun and the desert around you. That's what I'm trying to inflict on them, that type of exhaustion. So they have to make a wisdom saving throw, or et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And my saving throw is, or my spell DC. Where is my spell DC? I don't see it.
What's your charisma modifier?
Yeah. +4, so plus, so it's
DC 15.
DC 15? Okay, yeah.
My highest rolls are 14. All the 3 big soldier boys are slowed.
Yeah, my highest roll's a 10 on the ritual list, so they slow down too.
All right, and I don't think I have anything that I can do as a bonus action at the moment, because everything else is, let me just double check this. Be done here. Yeah, that's all I got. So I'm going to do that. I see Rickus. Does Rickus look like they're in trouble currently?
Yeah.
Okay. I think this is a reaction. Okay, so I think that's my turn. So basically, I'm going to actually stand up from where I was, not having stealth, because I'm just trying to be. I'm still at the rage line, but I'm trying to stand up to. I know there's people following, so I'm trying to like bolster morale by showing like, hey, there's someone else out here trying to help you folks out, and that's gonna be my turn.
Cool. Well, Rickus, you're currently trapped by a Yuan-Ti that is moving quite slowly now. Like, it's definitely got a sort of slow motion about itself. You are still caught in its tail, though. I believe if it's slowed, it can't take reactions. Correct me if I am wrong. Yeah. So if you could break out of the grapple.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my bioflexibility and make myself pop out my joints a little bit to try to get out.
I'm going to say it gives you advantage on the saving throw. I think that's
that's what it does. It gives me advantage on escape artist checks.
Cool. It's a DC 14.
Cool. Yeah, 22. I'm cool.
Just imagine for a moment there's like a sort of, and you just jump out of the position, and just, where do you want to go? Where do you want to run? They can't take reactions because they're slowed.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna go my way through them towards Horson and Kita.
Sure.
Those are my friends.
No problem. You totally can.
Yeah, and
that is
as
your
I
action.
okay, cool.
Go on.
No, no, that's good. That's my action then. Maybe
No, what were you going to do? Go on, talk to me.
No, I realized it's going to take an action, which is why.
Cool.
Yeah.
So Rickus runs off out of this deadly fire circle of terrible snakes. Risa, death save.
I've seen this moment in the stars. I get an 11.
Cool. You pass your first death save. As you are being like, this snake's mouth, its jaws is distended, and you can all see just like, it is over the top of Rysar. You can just about see Rysar's like, I'd say lower torso and legs that aren't kicking as it sort of rears its head back real slowly, and it's just sort of trying to do that sort of swallowing motion, trying to get Rysar down. But you passed a death save.
You've seen this moment, and you've continued to fight up until now. You knew this was coming.
I am a great seer.
I had a question. I had one question.
Yeah.
Is a death save a saving throw or not?
It's an ability check, technically.
Okay, it's an ability check. Okay, then never mind.
Actually, hang on. I think it's a special roll of its own, like, because most rolls are something.
Hang on a sec. Look, I don't know the rules, but Michael, are you trying to fucking cap me?
Assist! I'm assisting. I've been assisting a lot of people.
It's a saving throw.
I'm trying to assist you on your way. That's all I'm doing.
It's a saving. Michael, it's a saving throw. What do you want to do? What do you want to do?
Impose disadvantage, so he'll have to roll again.
I didn't even hear that. What happens? What's happening?
So I'm imposing disadvantage as a reaction that I have.
What is this mechanic?
Hold on.
It's a psionic ability.
I thought you didn't care about the rules, Tommy.
Mother. Okay, so I guess I just roll 1.
You roll 1, and if it is lower than the 11, then the disadvantage roll is the lower roll. If it's higher than the 11, then you take the 11. You muted yourself at the worst possible moment. Well.
Yeah, that's a 5.
You fail 1 death save. There we go. Good. Right. Thanks, Michael.
Mother ucker.
Splendid
There's gotta be a reason to why he did that. I mean, he did just see you as a gauge take out a hybrid.
There's probably something to do with that. Oh no, there's a bounty. There's a bounty. This has been established.
I assume he can't
the bounty.
see me.
Yeah, you can see you through the fire and the flames, but
Through
you
the
don't
fire?
carry on. And the flames.
Okay,
Yeah. That is large. Goes over the top. Lovely. Sam, Merrila, you can.
The hardest Guitar Hero song.
You can see this over the top of everything else. You can see everything that's going on. What would you like to do?
From my hiding around behind, having come from the ledge of this great stage atop the hill, I start to circle around so that I'm on the other side, relative to the ritual and the ledge. Just how far are they from that ledge, Dom?
I'd say from the back, like you're basically coming from behind all of the action, right? So close to you, maybe 20 feet from you right now, is the back side of the portal, and it looks the same. The arcing red lightning, from all directions. About 20 more feet from you is the base of the statue, is the UNT ritualists and Orson and Kita, who are the ones actively engaged with them right now, and Caledon as well.
But the drop off, how far are the ritualists and Caledon and all that from that?
From the drop off, it's about 40 feet away total.
Okay. All right. Get that. Then I will cast a Shadow Blade, and I will send it toward the ritualist who is still concentrating.
Excellent. All right, yeah, go ahead and make me an attack roll.
How do we like a 15?
15's gonna be hit. Yeah.
Oh.
And you're still stealthed. You're able to have sneak attack here.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 38.
Ooh. So your blades, which aren't physical, you've described them before. This is one of your new abilities. You know, they're like this wisping shadow. Do you imagine they stay lodged in as they spin through the air, or do they?
It's like an ice knife. Nothing.
The snake has just cut 2 wounds into Kaladin's chest that are spilling into this receptacle, and they raise their head towards the sky. You can hear their chanting, and they cross their arms like they're about to cut across his neck with 2 of the blades. And right before they do, thunk right in the back. You strike. You can see the entire creature's body goes rigid and straight up into the air. Their head darts around in a couple of directions. Their concentration is broken. They're almost. They're pretty wounded now, like the other. Do you stay where you are, or do you try to get down and get closer?
I'm
You're
going
staying
to
up.
cover, but
Okay.
that's my primary concern.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Okay, cool. Then, Bill, Horson, you are currently being crushed by one of these Yuan T. You can see the other one. You don't see what hits it, but it reacts poorly, and as it does, and its concentration is broke, you can see that Caladon, just 10 feet away from you, although you're currently restrained, is bleeding heavily into this receptacle. He's screaming as well, and uncharacteristically, I don't know if you met Caladon before, but it's an uncharacteristically high-pitched scream for him.
So this receptacle is it like a punch bowl? Is it,
It is an upside-down metal pyramid inscribed with runes that is floating up above a 10-foot tall obelisk that's star-shaped. It's floating up above it. And basically, Caladon is chained to the leg, the upper foot of this statue, and is dripping down into it.
All right, well, he's going to look over at Kita. You got this?
Let's hope so.
And then he's going to look back. I'm not losing any more of my friends. And he's going to chuck the javelin at the snake holding Rysar.
Oh, all right.
Oh, with a small point of order, Michael, you can't see Rysar because the wall is opaque. My bad. So pass 1 death save, not fail.
All right.
Okay.
To 22.
Yeah, it does. Absolutely hits.
9 Pearson.
Not enough to kill it.
That's right. I'm going to use my bonus action to Misty Step to it.
Yeah, off you go.
And with the momentum of the dimensional rift, I'm going to pop out of that dimensional rift, and there's just going to be this big rock fist aiming for this thing's face.
Go for
21.
Yeah, it hits. Yeah.
10 bludgeoning, and it moves 5 feet, so he's no longer grappled.
Okay, as you fly over, the javelin lands and it just grunts, like it's already taken some fire damage, and it's just like, what the hell is that? And suddenly, and as it sort of goes, and just spits, and Rysar just goes flying out and lands kind of wet on the ground. Rysar's entire upper torso is caked in this like sort of thick, slimy, like mucus as it was using to like get him down its throat, but it is just, it flies back 5 feet and is going to just turn on you.
And he's going to, so Rysar's like sloppy on the ground and conscious. He's going to step over Rysar and he's going to take the Illithid javelin and like tap it on the ground. He's like, come on then.
Nice.
And that's my turn.
Cool.
All right, Bree, you're up next. You see Horson blink out of existence, and you hear him appear back over here. Right now, it's just you that's very close to Caledon, who's bleeding into this receptacle massively. And there's two relatively injured UNT ritualists here.
Okay. And the one that's bleeding out is chanting, right? He's the one that's...
The one of the UNT was chanting, but has just been struck by a blow. It stopped the chant. It broke its concentration. The one who's screaming is a politician. It is the new Caesar. He is wearing the old Caesar's crown currently, and he's the head of House Tomblador. So I don't know if Keto would know who he is, but she would recognize the crown. He's the one who is chained up and is being bled into this receptacle.
I want to stop that. Okay. So I'm gonna go for the UNT that do I want to stop that? Oh my gosh. So indecisive. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go for the politician. That's what I'm gonna go for. So, I'm gonna get a running start, and I'm going to wield both of my daggers. Let's see here. So that adds a +1 to my AC while I'm wielding both of them. So here we go.
I mean, his AC is like what, 9? Yeah, he's just...
He's got an AC of 12, but you have advantage on these attacks.
It's fine. So I got a 17 and an 18 to hit.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yay! Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and roll his damage. It's about to be overkill, and I'm excited. Here we go. 2, and then 4 additional for the sneak attack. That is 21 damage.
All right. So this is very important. Like the question that I'm asking you now. Please describe what you're doing and how you're doing it.
So she is going to kind of run like this with both of them crossed. And as soon as she gets close enough to his throat, she's just going to do like one swift like across it and just kind of slit with both of them. So.
All right. You rush up, and you have to kind of climb up onto the statue to get up to him where he's chained a little bit. You climb up onto the foot of this great dragon statue. It looks really, really lifelike. You climb up onto it, and you slash his throat with both of your blades. As you do, all of the blood in his neck begins to spill directly down into the receptacle below, and it's filling very, very quickly now.
No. So okay. Listen. So I'm going to quickly jump back down. Okay. So both of my feet are hitting the ground, right? Yes. Great. So when I do, like a rock kind of case is gonna just form over it, so no more blood can get into the receptacle. Can I do that?
Okay, so let's see here. Let's call this, because you're trying to do something you've never done before. You're tapping into your elemental ability in a way that we don't have the mechanics for. So let's call it a skill check. And I would take either nature or I would take arcana. Okay. And I'm going to say your DC for this, because you have to do it very quickly. And this is something you've never done before. It's kind of alien to you. Let's call it, we'll keep it reasonable, something like 15.
Okay. A 19.
You're panicking, Kita. I mean, like you realize, like, oh no, this is just like the last time, with the last Caesar, but this time, you do something to stop it, at least for the moment. Describe how you protect the top of the bowl. What it looks like to anybody who's witnessing it as this blood is spilling directly down.
I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to put my body over it, and I'm just gonna kind of become one with the earth. It's gonna happen, and my limbs are gonna kind of just solidify into the ground, and I just become this like earth thing that is protecting this receptacle right now. Oh my god!
All right.
Once again, Kita has blood on her still.
Once again. Oh no. All right, Kita, you can feel it's like acid. The blood now below, as you cover it, as you interrupt this ritual, is beginning to bubble up and splash up. And as it does, it feels like it's about to blow, and it burns against your skin. Doesn't do any damage yet, but you're in a position now where if you stay here, something might happen. And if you don't stay here, something else might happen. What do you continue to cover yourself there?
That's just all events.
Right, yeah. That's true. Not very helpful.
I'm gonna stay here. I mean, if it's interrupting the ritual, like, I don't know. I'm gonna stay here, I guess.
All right. Excellent. I guess we're to Christina and Cord now. Let's start with Christina and Laeron. You've witnessed all of this. You see the battle starting to die down, but the ritual is continuing, and that portal is red lightning. It's starting to form.
So she wants to continue trying to make her way. She needs the power of this place. She needs to be able to put hands on it and invoke it. But I'm guessing that Tortle is still trailing.
Is Cronquil following Laeron, like around the edge, around the fire, like the inside of the fire?
No, I think he walked into the center of the fight to get into the fight, but he is still very much distracted. And yeah, I think right now he's looking at the mirror and trying to figure out what he should do, but doesn't really know. There's so much stuff happening, but he's just kind of like looking at the mirror in the center of the fight.
So Laeron, nobody really has eyes on you right now.
So I'm going to clarification. I'm switching between Akasha and Laeron's powers at will. I just want to make sure that's okay, because technically it's her body, so why not? But I'm also super powerful, so whatever. Anyway, so she's going to use Akasha's elven speed to get to the top of the mountain.
You've been cued in on several sources of power that you can move towards, and you can choose which one now. There is the receptacle, which is where this ritual is happening. It's filling with Caledon's blood. There's the statue itself, this massive statue that Caledon is chained to. And then there's the portal.
Which one's closer?
All of them you can reach on this turn, we'll say.
Gonna go to the portal. Excellent. Get it? Portal rhymes with turtle.
I get it.
Chris, what do you think she sees as she's approaching this portal that's forming?
Well, on the other side of the portal, you get snatches through this red lightning of a very green world, and you can see there's more Yuan-ti, many, many more Yuan-ti, just itching to cross this threshold. Just they want to be here. They are the force that is going to take over this world. And standing at the front of them, a figure. She looks quite. There's a lot of power that radiates from her, but she doesn't look incredibly dangerous or exciting yet. But there is a figure at the front of them, just waiting patiently, calmly, where everyone else around her is kind of itching and ready to go. there's this very calm stability to her, this look of like, this is going to happen and I'm so ready for it.
You're there on the other side.
Do I recognize her?
I don't think that you, Laeron, have ever seen her before. She hasn't been seen in your world in thousands of years. Except for briefly by a couple of people, but not by you. You could roll me an insight check or some kind of check if you want to learn more about her.
I don't. I want to know if I were to do, like, she could cross over this portal and I could cross over this portal, correct? Like enter, one of us could enter, one of us could feel froggy and leap. So, that being said, I'd like to cast Fireball into the portal.
Oh, okay. Are you is your goal to cast it like far into the center of this massive army that's on the other side, or is it directly at this woman?
Okay, so I like to imagine that they're in some formation, if you will. So I would like to, bowl with this fireball. I'd like to throw it straight down the middle, like towards her and down the road.
All right, roll me for yourself, and I'll roll for them a dexterity saving throw.
Which got done.
Oh, they are, let's see, I'll just do one roll for the mass of them and then one for her. This isn't versus either. You'll see why here in a second. They're going to get hit by this fireball. But what would your dexterity saving throw?
22.
Okay. So roll your fire damage, and then I'll describe what happens next here at the portal.
Alright, what's that? 8d6.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me, I need to check my stash really quick.
And I'll describe here what this looks like to anybody who sees you appear in front of this portal and you throw the fireball in. At the same moment, almost like a mirror, she sees what you're doing and she spins her hands and she casts fireball back out at you as well. And these two balls cross through the air and explode on either side of the portal. You can see UNT bodies that are near the front line on the other side go flying. She herself moves and tries to jump out of the way, but she is going to take half damage from the fireball. You're going to take half damage as well, and I'll roll her separately here.
But half damage, she takes 15 points of damage.
And then they take 30. Perfect. You're going to take 12 points of damage as you trade fireballs through the portal. It's this simultaneously crossing of magic. It does something to the magic that's creating this portal. And as the ritual hasn't finished, the portal has no means to fully open. And there's power here, Laeron, and you have a moment. You can try to reach out and take it and grab it, but you don't think that this portal, this magic is stable. You don't think it's going to remain here long. What do you do?
I would like to absorb as much of it as possible.
All right, roll me an intelligence saving throw. And are you reaching out like with your hand?
Mm-hmm. So 18.
All right. she reaches out with her hand, her writhing body swirling closer, and she stretches out her hand at the same time in the same place as you, a mirror image. And as she does, that red lightning, it explodes with a huge, massive amount of light. If you survive this lightning bolt, then you can choose which side of the portal you end up on, and you will retain some of this power. How many hit points do you have left?
28.
All right, so this is gonna be close. It is 27 lightning damage. That is what I rolled. It's rolled 20, so I can't make it up. I couldn't make this up. So before we describe what happens here, where do you end up?
Oh, sweet irony. She ends up on the other side of the portal.
And that means that you're flipping places?
Mm-hmm.
As you exchange places with her, she appears, and you all see Pelilith, the Queen of the Yuan-Ti, appear on your side of the portal. And then there is an incredible explosion. The structure surrounding the pillar breaks and crumbles. Pelilith herself is thrown forward, and her human-like skin falls off of her body mid-air. You can see the snaky meat underneath. Kita, you are holding yourself on top of this device, this vessel, and you can feel it now burning your skin. You hear the explosion, you see the flash of light. And one more time before we go to Kronkwall and the end of this round, I want to see what you're doing here.
So, like I said, she kind of solidified into this barrier between the blood and the little divot that it's going into, and her arms have kind of molded into the earth, and I mean, her head is still moving around and she's looking, but I think her body is going to get more and more secure over it. Like I said, the more she can interrupt this ritual, the better. So she's just going to continue to stay there.
Kronkwall and Rickus as well. But Kronkwall, you have a full turn here. Kronkwall and Rickus, you see Kita forming over this vessel, the ground melding into the earth, and you see Rysar, completely unconscious, currently being guarded by Horson. The Yuan-Ti are being defeated. It doesn't look like they're going to win this fight. It looks like you've been victorious, but there's still the chaotic last moments, the explosion of light and the portal crumbling. Kronkwall and Rickus, you're pretty close to each other.
I think Rickus definitely looks up at Kronkwall. Looks very confused.
I am so overwhelmed both in character and out of character. There are so many choices that I could be doing to help the situation, but there are so many choices that Kronkwall needs to do to finish and fix narrative, and I can't figure out which one I want to do. You have to give me a minute.
Yeah. No pressure.
I think while this is all happening, the necklace around Rickus's neck begins to glow again. And that glow extends out, washing over Kronkwall and washing over the form that is currently Kita as emboldening bond.
Oh. Thank you.
And maybe you feel a little gulag in there.
Kronkwall, here's some things, and there's no wrong answer, and it's just a moment. Rysar might need help. Kita might need help.
Everyone needs help, Don. It doesn't help. Everyone needs help. Everyone's dying. Balak is dying. I am frozen right now. There's just I will. I don't know. I don't have anything. I can't. I will help. Because Rysar's right next to me, right?
He's currently making death saving throws.
Yeah, I'll do Spare the Dying on him as I walk by, and then I will make my way up towards Lilith, who's still there.
And her body, her meat, is still like clawing and writhing on the ground, but she does not look well after this explosion. She's crawling towards, looks like generally towards your direction, but she's not even really looking up.
Okay, well, Kronkwall doesn't really know how magic works. He thinks he does. I think in a last-ditch effort, he walks by, he's still very overwhelmed, and he sees Rysar on the ground, and then he bends over, and he closes his eyes, and for a moment, I think, some moisture in the air starts to gather around Rysar's body, and maybe moisten some of the silt and the dirt that are around his body as well, and thus being the effect of Spare the Dying, so you do not have to take any more saves. Wait. I lied. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to actually just Cure Wounds on you, because I can just do that. So let me cure those wounds.
Rysar, your last memories were being swallowed by a snake, and here you are, probably your ears ringing, your eyes flutter open, and there's Kronkwall standing over you.
Kronkwall picks you up as he walks by. Maybe he's still pretty. He's like determined. He's got his eyes on the mirror. He's also he's feeling a lot. He's feeling like he's worried about Akasha. He's also worried about his friends dying around him. And he's also very terrified and angry at Lilith because he has fought her before. So what I think he's going to do is pick up Rysar on the way. I'm also going to do Second Wind here, so I have an extra action. So I'm going to do that one for free, so I heal him for free. So I'm going to walk up forward, and then I am going to use multi-attack on Lilith, but I'm not going to use my staff. I'm going to instead use the mirror, the edges of the mirror with Akasha inside.
You're going to try to smash her with the mirror?
I'm trying to stab her and slice her up with Akasha's essence in the mirror. And he doesn't know what that does or what that's going to do, but there's a life transference and energy between magic here, so he's going to see if he can disrupt a lot of this ritual using Akasha.
I don't know what it's going to do either, but
cool.
I love it. Make me an attack roll. You make a normal attack roll.
Okay.
Are you about to make Akasha a snake god queen? Is that what is potentially about to happen? I'm scared.
I don't know. He's just trying. There's a lot of things happening. So what am I making? I'm making a regular old attack roll.
Yeah.
Okay. Don't fail me now.
You can attack. You can
add a D4.
Times. Yes.
Yeah. So that is
your friendship D4.
My friendship D4. So that is. Thank you. That's 17. It's 21. And then it's going to be plus, and then a D4. You said, or 4? A D4.
D4.
Oh, okay. So never mind. That was instead, that was a 19, and this one is math. This is going to be a 17 for both of those attacks.
All right. So, I'm very interested in what's going to happen. Pililith is climbing up you. You can hear her wheezing breath as her snaky, meaty form is, without scales, without human skin, is climbing up you as you're approaching. She's pretty quick. She makes a final move for you, reaching for your neck, but you have the mirror in hand. What do you do, and what is your intention?
I think he's just going to scream both psionically through the way and through the way, and also in like on top of this mountain, and like the loudest scream that he's ever done. Now, Akasha! And then he's just going to stab it down into Pililith, and maybe Akasha does something. I don't know.
Christina, I'll give you an opportunity to jump in here because you're inside the mirror, Akasha. You're muted.
Did it break?
I think
Don,
so.
have fun with me here. Did it break?
I think it broke. I think it shattered.
Cronkwall just killed Akasha.
But
No buts. Don't kill my jam.
No. I think that's okay. No, but I want to know, like, what's that final moment for Akasha inside the mirror, and then we'll describe what happens to Pililith.
So Cronkwall is doing his now Akasha, and he's very into it. And the entire time, Akasha is inside the mirror going, "No, I think you need to rethink this idea. This is not what you. This is not a good idea. So don't break the mirror. Whatever you do, don't break the mirror."
He was slicing. He wasn't trying to break the mirror. I just want to make that.
I know.
I just want to make that one.
You sit there in your guilt. So she's the mirror goes into Pililith, and as it shatters, the pieces go inside, so it all falls inside the mirror. And instead of Akasha being able to bounce out of the mirror, which would be really cool too, she's instead impaled with all the glass into the ground.
On the outside of the mirror, as Akasha is witnessing this on the inside, this shards of glass pinning her back into darkness, disappearing, crying out. It has a different effect on Pililith. You see, as you smash the mirror on Pililith's face, then you cut into her skin with the mirror, that her skin begins to fold and bend and change shape, and it's drawn like light up into the air and then down into the mirror as well. Her body is sucked into that mirror, and as Akasha falls back into the darkness, so does Pililith herself.
So Pililith went into mirror. Akasha still in mirror. Mirror shattered. Okay.
There's a small lull at this point. The Yuan-Ti who experienced their god appear in this earth and be utterly destroyed are all going to back down, lay down weapons, just stop. Some of you are currently holding them at various different kinds of knife, sword, or spear, javelin point. But the fight is definitely over. Keita. You're currently still, like, part bowl now. Do you try and remove yourself?
Mm-mm.
Stay there.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Then we will hold that image there, with all of you seeing this unfold as it does. And that's where we'll go to our break. That's right. And that's where we'll pick up after our break and get a chance to see how all these pieces end. The very, very last scenes of the finale. Thank you so much, everyone. See you in 5:10.
Lady Akasha, you can see through the plane of the mirror that you're trapped within. You can see the battle that's raging outside. You can see the air as the mirror slides along the rocky ground, and then you can see Kronkwall's face. As he bends down, he picks up the mirror. You described yourself trying to call out to Kronkwall. It's like the world begins to move in slow motion as he raises the mirror up and he prepares to smash it. It's happening so slowly. But you know somewhere inside you that if that mirror shatters, that your mind, who you are, it will be trapped in this place. What do you think is on Akasha's mind this moment?
As it starts to sink in that this could be it, and knowing that if this glass shatters, essentially she starts to panic, and she channels every bit of magic inside her to appear in a mirror near her grandfather.
All right. You are now looking at somewhere entirely different, somewhere that you know very well. It's the beautiful bedroom of your grandfather. It's got the silk sheets and the fine adornments laid out. It's got the small garden that he keeps tended with a sunroof up above, right there in his bedroom. He spends so much time in that little garden. And you know where you are in the room. You know that you're looking through his mirror and you see him now. Your grandfather is there, sitting down at the edge of the bed, looking up through the skylight. The late afternoon sun is beginning to dip down lower and lower. There's only a little bit of light shining down on his face. You can hear him singing. He looks exhausted. He looks worried. But the song of life, the song of mourning, it has two names. It's an old elvish song. It's been sung for thousands of years. And as much as it's a song of grief, it's also a song of hope and new beginnings. You know the song because it's of your people. And I think the last time we heard it, Akasha sang it herself, along with the crew of the ship that was crashing in the Silt Sea. He doesn't see you yet there in the mirror, if he can see you at all. He's just looking up through the skylight.
Grandfather, please hear me. Please turn around. Please.
For a moment, he doesn't stop singing. And then he does. And he slowly turns towards the mirror, and you can see that his face drops, his eyes go wide, and he struggles to push himself up from the edge of the bed. He reaches for his gnarled walking staff to help him stabilize. He doesn't quite approach, but he says, Akasha, is that really you?
I don't have the time. Do you remember when I was rude to all of our staff and to you? It was really hurtful, and it wasn't me.
He starts to approach the mirror slowly. He stretches a hand almost out to touch it, and then he pulls it back a little bit, and he smiles, and he says, well, I know. Yeah, that's why I asked Kronkwall to help you. I knew it couldn't be you, not my dear, sweet Akasha.
I don't have a lot of time. I just want to say thank you for believing in me and for loving me even when I wasn't lovable. And this is probably the last time we're ever going to talk. And I'm so sorry. And I want you to be protected, and I want you to be. I'm so sorry.
Don't say such things. We'll find a way to help you. Where are you?
I don't have time to pretend. I don't have time to pretend. There's no explanation that makes any sense, but this is the last time that we're ever going to speak, and I just need to say that I love you. I don't want to say anything else. I don't want to beleaguer it. I don't want to let it get out. Please know that I'm so grateful for everything that you've done and everything that you've been to me, and I wish I could say. I wish I could say.
He looks like he's about to shatter, like the glass of the mirror. And then he takes in a quick, deep breath, and he looks back up. You can see the tears in the corners of his eyes. He says, I am so proud of you. I wish we had more time, dear.
I wish we did too, but we don't. I'm so sorry. I don't know what else to say, but I'm so sorry. And I wish it you so much. I wish you could have seen me be Caesar or a half-good Praetor. And please just remember that I love you, and I'm proud of you too. And as she's saying the same thing over and over, just I'm so sorry, like you start to see the glass like shatter inwards and come in from the side. But it's for her, whatever happened that Kronkwall could see, it was the mirror coming in quickly and crushing her. But as she's saying goodbye to her grandfather, it's just like it's in slow motion, just all of the glass shattering and coming in towards her. And that's when the larger pieces start to just impale her, and she falls backwards. And the last thing that he hears her say is, I'm so sorry, I love you.
Akasha, through the plane, the last things you see is him reaching, trying to hold that glass together, his shaking hands, trying to put it back together. And you can't hear the words anymore, but you can see his quivering mouth and see that he says, I love you too, even though his voice is gone. And then the mirror shatters. And only, well, whatever it is that lies beyond.
So, Keita, it is just after the battle. You are currently sort of crouched over, like covering, absorbing, getting connected with this strange red metal construct that contains the blood of the erstwhile Caesar Caledon, now very much deceased. What do you want to do? Because you're currently like fused, attached to this thing.
Has the ritual completely stopped? Like, is everything done?
It's all done. Yeah.
Okay. That was what she was waiting for. So she's going to try her best to kind of break her limbs free from this this container or this metal chamber
Cool.
thing. So yeah. So
Roll me a con saving throw.
a con saving throw?
Yeah, you know what you did.
I know. Don't know what you mean.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. That is a 15.
Cool. You do manage to pull yourself with a horrible sort of grinding, snapping of rock and splintering off the metal of this container. And as you do, it falls off you with a dull clang, hitting the ground and the blood just spilling and pouring out over the plateau at the top of this mountain. As you do, looking down at yourself, various parts of this strange metal that this was made of, this sort of glowing red metal, have embedded themselves into your forearms, your chest, parts of your belly. Your entire front, where you were crouched over, basically has these tiny shards of this red metal inside you now, part of you now. Roll me a wisdom saving throw.
That is a 10. It's fine.
There is an ancient, strange, unnatural magic in these shards. There is something about what you have absorbed into you that makes you feel powerful, makes you feel strong. There are potentially untapped abilities you could now start to explore as part of this. But you also get a vague moment as part of this, a vague realization that they are going to change your personality, they are going to change your character. They are going to change who you are and change your goals and your drive. Some of the Yuan-Ti's passion for breaking through, some of the Yuan-Ti's interest in Athos, in Balak, has been absorbed into you now. It doesn't have to be a dramatic character change or I murder everyone now, but there is something about this encounter and these creatures you have experienced that is now part of you as well. With that in mind, as the dust settles from this fight and the various people within depart to their various endings, where would Keita go?
She would go back to her home. Although she found a lot of peace within the friends that she was surrounded by, she would make a home out of her old home again, and she would probably live there by herself, tending to the land and making sure that it was nourished, making sure that it was taken care of, because she was so used to being alone for so long, and part of her still has some guilt that hasn't necessarily been redeemed yet, for lack of a better word, and because of that, she feels like she's better off alone. So.
And how does this strange new magical influence on your life affect you?
I think it hardened her heart a little bit more, unfortunately, even though she worked so hard to get back from that. And she felt herself starting to soften with all of these new friends, but she's driven towards something. She can't really put her finger on it, but it does have to do with her island, where she comes from, be starting a new kingdom, maybe starting a new civilization where she's the leader, and leading a people and fighting for what she believes in for the sake of her people, if that were to happen. She doesn't know.
Well, then let's leave on that image. Seems a good one to me. Of you leaving Balak, returning to your magma island, this strange volcanic space that was previously ravaged by Caesar, everyone killed and taken away. And while things are not perfect yet, you have partially cleared your conscience. There's still more to be done, and this new feeling within you that there is more to be done leads you to start a new society, drawing more Genasi to this island once more to create, as you say, a new civilization, a new space. But as people flock to you and as this new nation starts to take form, you don't notice this. The people around you do treat you with a certain amount of respect, but also a certain amount of fear. There's a drive and an energy within you that many respect and admire, but are also afraid of. Never back. Always forward. Rickis, after the fight on the mountain top, how much time passes? Where are we picking up with you?
I think a couple of months have passed. You know, after making sure all of their friends are fine, you know, making sure to tie up any loose ends there, they do return to the maze. They do find Saren. And
let's just say that Saren makes his way back from House Salaxer and it's all fine. Let's just do that.
it's just an entire 2 days of just nonstop questions back and forth about what happened. But yeah, I think a couple months pass where the two of them are in the mazes. They're trying to go back to life like it used to be, and even though there are people who are still looking for their services to steal things, especially in the post invasion chaos, and increased transports of goods in and out in order to make up for the fact that everything kind of happened. I think it's pretty obvious that Rickers is not into it like they used to be.
I mean, they ended the adventure certainly looking a bit different. Like, what stylistically is the gray still pretty much constant now?
I think they're fully gray except for the little band underneath the necklace, which they still wear every day. That never comes off. And yeah, I think they just are less enthusiastic about things. And one day, they kind of just take Saren to the docks in the midst of rebuilding.
Why are we going to the docks? What's up? What are we doing?
So you know how I said 2 days ago that I wanted to talk to you, but then yesterday there was the whole people kind of blew up a whole thing on the end of the maze, and we kind of had to figure that out, so we couldn't talk. So I thought now would be a good time to talk, maybe.
I'm here. I'm talking.
Yeah, I mean a more serious talk. We're obviously talking because that's what we're doing right now. But
what's serious? Wait. What do you want to talk about that's so serious? What's going on?
Well, I'm kind of thinking about leaving.
Leaving?
Like,
what? You want a new house? Want to go live somewhere else?
no, I mean like traveling again. Like we going back, and kind of gestures to the silt behind.
You want to? I don't want to go travel again. That was terrifying. I nearly died so many times.
I mean, and like gestures at themselves.
Mhm.
Yeah, but like, there's so many cool things out there. I mean, like, we spent the entire time kind of just in the one place, and like in the same kind of areas too, with the same people all the time. And that was pretty cool because sometimes we would get to see really cool things come in and be transported. But like, we saw so much cool stuff. We got to do so many cool things out there. And there's so much other cool stuff out there.
I just remember being scared. I spent a lot of my time being scared.
That's what you normally do, though.
So you're gonna go travel again?
I mean, that's what I hope to do, and I was going to ask you if you wanted to come with me, but then I also remembered that you... Oh,
yeah, I'll come.
I thought you...
Sure, why not?
I thought you... You just said that you were scared.
Yeah! But I can't be where you're not. You know? I just can't.
Yeah. Yeah, so
Because it would be scary. It would be even scarier without you.
It'd be pretty scary without you out there too, I think. I mean, you freaking out all the time kind of put everything into like perspective sometimes.
So me freaking out meant you didn't freak out.
Right, kind of. I mean, I was always kind of like silently freaking out about things, especially when people were getting hurt, or like, you know, the big glassy flowers thing kind of exploded, or like, you know, when we were fighting all those snakes. Why were there so many snakes? I don't know. But
probably some major plot point, you know.
Yeah. Seems really weird that they would attack here, but I don't know. I'm not sure. I mean, I kind of asked around, and there wasn't really anyone to go with. I mean, everyone's kind of sticking around here, so, or they already went on their way or whatever else. So, I was actually thinking, if we could find the captain again. I know that we lost the... And I'm paused because they're like, what is the name of the ship? What is it? There were two names now. What do we call it?
When the ship blew up the second time, it was called the Sirocco. No, when it was called the Gulag. The first time it was Sirocco. Yeah.
So if we find the captain of the Sirocco Gulag ship, I mean, I don't think that they're going to be sticking around. And maybe they need a new crew, because they don't have a magic ship ball thing.
Roll me an investigation check.
Okay. Dirty 20.
You start asking around about psychics. You start asking around about what they're up to or trying to find a way out of Balak, and you do. And you hear about, I mean, an Aarakocra captain is kind of hard to miss, especially one that uses all the different technology that you saw them use. People have heard rumors of them up and down the coast of the Silt Sea, and after a couple of months of travel with you and Seren, just basically hiring on as deckhands on various silt skimmers and having various adventures of your own, you do eventually make your way further up the coast and do find Sarkix, who doesn't have a ship floater orb anymore. But they are still traveling the silt, and they are still finding their way around and having many new adventures, and you and Seren join the crew. Soon enough, you become the first mate, because you are easily the most experienced out of all of them. And you spend, well, as long as you want to, sailing the Silt Sea, having many, many more adventures, with Seren always there to dive into a nearby cubbyhole and scream loudly whenever something happens.
I'm sure he gets a little better with holding a dagger so he doesn't hurt himself. Just a little.
No, he doesn't.
No, he tried.
Saren probably becomes like he probably becomes like the ship's cook or something like that, like something that's out of the way of combat, but still very much there and helping as much as he can. But Saren's just happy to be with you, and yeah, to many more adventures you travel. Thank you.
Michael, welcome back once more to Dark Sun. How are you doing after that?
I'm back.
You're back.
I'm feeling good. It was interesting playing this character 2 episodes. Yeah, it's a very interesting character. I'm wondering where to take it. What's his name? Chris said that it was like a Dark Sun Batman. I'm not a Batman fan at all, but we'll see. We'll see. Maybe I could hopefully change the flavor so it's not so associated with it. But yeah, excited.
Cool. Well, here's my question to you. A week has passed since the battle at the top of the mountain and all the craziness. And because Viren, you got involved in the battle at the docks, you got involved in the battle of the mountain. You kind of got to see these 2 major events that are going to change Balak in a big way. And a week has passed. So where would Viren have gone? What would that week have been like for him?
I don't know how long the journey is from where they were to House Alaxa, but that's the first place they would go back and report their findings. And also meet up with Rickus's brother and send Rickus's brother back across the desert with good supplies and stuff, just to make sure. Didn't know that's who that person was. He might have known, actually. He would know, but he just wanted to make sure that he didn't hurt himself, because it was like Dagger scared. Viren was more worried that they'd get themselves in more trouble than they needed to. So they were just like, give this person a task and they'll be fine.
Yeah. We'll say that, Viren, you're able to, on your way, make a stop off at a hideout where you know Saren's located, and you're able to get Saren the supplies as you've promised. And they're not very good at fending for themselves in conflict. They're Terry. They're fast. They're resourceful. They're survivors. And Saren heads back towards Balak, and you don't really have any reason for concern about their well-being. The travel through the desert, which is a trip, I think, Viren, you've probably made this trip and similar trips many times.
Yep.
It's always hard. Every single time. The desert is brutal in Athos, and you're well supplied, but by the time you make it to Fort Calvis, end of your journey, just as always, there's a level of exhaustion, dehydration. You're ready for it to end. And the fort is, as it always is, you see the street peddlers selling secrets and other goods in exchange for secrets. You see in the center of this little fortress, this town, the Bone Tower, which is being rebuilt currently, and that requires going out and hunting large beasts to replace the large bones that have been shattered from the recent conflict there. And the little drinking hole as well. Where is it that you're drawn to as you enter?
I would think it would be drawn towards, I guess, the watering hole. I would think that they would have, as well as they sell like alcohol and beer and stuff like that, I would think that they would have some sort of hydration thing, whether that be some sort of juice that they have, some sort of self in-house made like electrolyte bound like salt and pickled vinegar stuff, and it's like probably not the best tasting drink, but because we know that that journey's so rough, it's kind of like one of the things that people get once they first enter back.
is like this pickled juice, pickled like whatever they would have in Dark Sun, some sort of pickled vegetable juice, and that's what they would have. Yeah, exactly.
So that's what's on your mind is this very specific drink that's kind of a custom here at the end of a long journey. As you're approaching the drinking hole, there's a large mall guard on the outside, and he just holds up a hand as you approach, and he says, "Welcome back, Baron. Before you enter, of course, I'm going to need a secret."
The best secret I can give you is there's so much more worrying out there that I do not wait her return.
Very interesting. I suppose you are not in the mood to share all of the juicy details with me.
No, I never am.
Yes, well. Welcome back, Baron. Romalai is waiting inside. I am certain she will be happy to see you.
Yeah, me too.
And I'm going to... Let's see. I'm gonna give him one of like a snake scale. I would imagine at some point I was able to get some sort of snake scale, and I give it to him as like a tip. It's information, I guess, but also like, might be able to sell it. So
he's like turning it over and like almost touches it with his tongue, and then changes his mind. But he steps aside and allows you to enter the drinking hole, and it's as it always is. On the inside, you've got multiple rows of benches, and people sit on the benches facing each other, exchanging information as they drink, face to face with somebody else. And you can see there, standing in a corner, her arms wrapped around her waist, wearing a long, light, dark coat and a golden mask, hood over her head, Romalai, just watching. Now the Spy Master, or House Salaxa, after the unfortunate death of Spy Master Kargash recently.
Yeah.
You see her notice you enter, but she doesn't make a move to you immediately.
Okay. I am trying to... I don't have anything for this. In any case, when I enter and see Romuli, I'm gonna go towards Romuli, and I would assume we usually sit in the most dark corner that they have at the place. And once I get there and sit down, I'm gonna remove my mask and put it in my lap. Almost in a sense of just needing to take the weight off a persona. I think that's what Varen's going to do when he first shows up.
What does Varen look like underneath the mask?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think Varen, underneath his mask, although he keeps his mask on most of the time, he's, I'd say, really dark complected. He has some scarring on his left eye. And just from, it almost looks like an acid burn. And you would have a nose ring that's kind of pierced right here. And kind of like rich, dark skin that's like a little bit potted on the cheeks. I think that's what he would look like.
By contrast, as Romalai removes her mask, she has the same wizened eyes as Ebo. but she's much younger, and as an elf, the elven part of her allows her to live longer, and so her skin is relatively unblemished, not scarred. But you can see that there's red, that her eyes are red. Whether that's dehydration or worry, it's uncertain. And she places her mask in her lap and leans forward just slightly and looks you directly in your eye. And she says, "What do you have to report?"
The shapeshifters seem to be at bay for now. The one that calls themselves Akasha, I'm not sure, but it seems like they've made themselves onto the other side, and I don't know what their intentions are, but looking through that portal for a brief time, it's not good. My further information that I can give you is
I look around to see. And once I do look around, since I'm I can shape change. I'm going to change my face as I turn around and look to someone of like lighter elfin skin. And once I perceive the area and no one's really listening in, I'm going to lean forward to her and just use my telepathic speech. It's like the only instance I'm going to do this during this conversation, and I say to her, something else was also off. Seems like they were missing one that I did track for a bit, and I didn't see him join back in. It seemed that it was one of your visitors. The other from a couple days ago.
You can see that she's trying to control her emotions. She's usually very good at it. But there's a moment where her facade alters and you can see her jaw tight. She chews it a little and says, "Do you remember which one he was? What he looked like?"
Yeah. I don't know if it was one of your relatives, but had some of the similar features.
As I'm saying this, and I can see emotion on her face, I'm going to cast Minor Illusion in the opposite corner of the bar area, and a sound of like glass shattering, just so that everyone in the bar averts their eyes away from this area, even for a minute, just to let her compose herself.
As their attention all turns away, she knows what you're doing. She is not distracted, and for a moment, as she slips her hand out from the golden mask, her mask that's on her lap, and she grips your hands and gives them a squeeze. And very quietly, she whispers, "Is there any hope that he's still alive?"
I'm trying to think. The only thing I can think of, whether he's alive or not, is there was a weird bird that I've never seen before, of certain color, that was hanging around the bigger, taller fellow from the arena. He kept watching him, and the only thing I can see on it was bamboo shape pattern, as well as being red. I don't know if that means anything to you, but it's the only thing I can think of that was of any similarity.
Her hand slips away from its grip on your hand, and she takes a little stutter breath, and she reaches for her mirror, and she goes to place it back over her face. Just for a moment before it slides over her face, you can see a little tear running down the corner of her cheek, but she doesn't show more than that. She straightens her back and says, "Your work on this is commendable, Spy Master Varen. I'm not certain what to make of the political situation in Balak, whether or not we should get involved, whether or not Balak is a place where House Salaxa should operate. You've been there, you've seen its struggles, its people, these leaders of the city. So I leave this decision to your judgment. What should we do in regards to Balak and its noble houses?"
Because things are getting more chaotic, I think it's time for me to go on that duty or mission that we've been putting off. The long mission. The Desert Dusk mission.
And me saying that just kind of, it's one that we've codenamed that I would have to not play a more active role, but a more close role with the party of adventurers that we've been keeping tabs on. I'm suggesting to her that we're not going to be able to get anything done without being closer to it. Doesn't mean that I have to act on it, but it means that we have to be closer.
And she just dips her mask ever so slightly in acknowledgement and says, "Very well then, rest here a week if you need a week to recover. When you return to Balak, you will be someone else. An agent of the Veiled Alliance. Someone they have a reason to trust. We won't act yet, Baron. Just watch. I'll wait for your word here. We'll be ready when the time comes." And she pulls out from underneath of her coat a sandy scarf, a veil, and wraps it up, folds it neatly, and offers it over to you.
Thank you. I think what we should do is, I only need 3 days here, and similarly, I think we're going to be on 3-day intervals.
And that's just conveying that I'm going to be sending messages back to House Alexa every 3 days, so she knows that she's getting updated and knows that I'm okay, and is constantly getting updates of what's happening.
She stands up without a gesture or another word and says, "That all sounds perfectly fine. I feel the need for a drink. Will you join me?"
Briefly, yes.
Thank you. And she begins to step off, and Michael, if we were a fly on the wall, if we were watching this scene, what's the last thing? Describe how we see Varen for the last time.
Varen is going to... They're still in that same area, but now Varen went and got 2 shots of something because he doesn't want to stay long. As in a sense of respect, in a sense of, I know that me and her's relationship is somewhat of an intimate one, not knowing what that is, like what kind of flavor or whatever that relationship is, but he also knows that he likes to keep her in a place of respect and someone who's superior, at least for the moment being. So as he sits down, looks at her, and grabs his shot and clinks. They both take the shot, and I put my hand not on top of her shoulder, but to the side and hold it, like cup the side of her shoulder. And I get the veil that she gave me, and I'm going to wipe another tear that she has, and I'm going to put my mask back on. But I don't make any gestures, and I don't make any like sweet, intimate connection when I wipe it. It's a more of a sign of respect, a sign of I've got your back, and but all that being communicated very stoically. I put my mask back on, and the fly on the wall. The last thing the fly on the wall hears is 3 days, and then I'll walk out.
You step out of the drinking hole where secrets are shared, bought and sold, into the night. Orson and Marilla. 2 long weeks have passed since the end of the battle on top of Mount Laeron, and you've both been involved in different ways in the aftermath of politics as the city tries to figure out how to put itself back together, and you both step into new positions as the leaders of your houses, House Jarko and House Katsia. The other politicians, the patricians, the lawmakers, and the other heads of houses, there's been constant bickering about what to do. House Tomblador, which had taken power in the absence of Caesar and named its leader, Caledon, the new Caesar, has fallen out of power. Their military's fallen out of power. Most of their leaders have perished over the course of the battle. And in that vacuum, the same thing happens as always. Everyone's trying to climb to the top. We're moving to a point in time where the two of you have a new idea. You're afforded an opportunity because you're all recognized as sort of heroes of Balak. Your contributions at the battle at the top of the mountain are known. Your travels and your successful mission to find a way to stop the Yuan-Ti and to learn more about them is known. And on top of that, you're some of the all of a sudden most prominent nobles in the city. So we open our scene today in a place called the Chamber of Patricians. This is in the Megalenion, which is the compound that's around the Ivory Palace where Caesar lived. And it's a grand open chamber. There are no doors, just great pillars that one walks between into a roofed chamber beyond. And in that chamber, many, many rows of stone benches on the ground, very uncomfortable looking, no padding. And then at the very front, a sort of large raised stage, also crafted from obsidian, that patrician business is done upon, and it would usually be Caesar who would stand there and call on the patricians to manage the laws, change the laws, propose new laws. But that's not what's happening today. Right now, you're back behind the wall with a little pathway that would lead you up to that stage. The two of you are together. You're alone behind that wall, and you can hear the shuffling of feet, the murmuring of the nobles as they wonder why they've all been summoned here, what the two of you could possibly have to say to them. And you can hear that constant buzz, that chorus of frustrated, perhaps entitled voices on the other side of the wall. But nobody can see you. It's just the two of you here alone. And I would love, as we open this up, if you want to describe for me and for anybody watching what your character looks like right now, what their sort of demeanor is, and anything else you want to share about them since the last time we saw them. Let's start with Marilla.
Marilla's wearing fine indigo robes embroidered with bronze thread, the sigil of House Akacha on their chest. And for once, it looks as if those robes were tailored not to someone else who then handed them down to Marilla, but tailored to Marilla themselves. They have an arm ring denoting their position within the house, and they are standing very straight, their face very placid, and it is only the blackbird a few feet behind them, nervously plucking its own down feathers that might hint to anyone that Marilla is absolutely falling to pieces, as they occasionally permit themselves a glance toward the din just a few feet away.
Marilla, when you glance, you see familiar faces, many of them you know by name at this point, though probably not all. And you see him in the crowd, your father, Lord Lucius, with the support of one of your guards, making sure that he can sit straight and that he's doing all right. He still has those purple veins across his face from the poison, but he's looking better. He's on the mend. And somewhere, just popping their head up at the back of the crowd, trying to get a better look, just for a second, you see Van's head pop up. He's not sitting with the patricians, but he's with the commoners, the other people who are at the edge of this group, looking on to see what's going to happen. Horson, what do you look like right now, and what else do you want to share about Horson in this moment?
There are cracks and fractures in the rock that kind of look scabbed over. It could be blood, it could be something else, but he's keeping that.
Okay. Just start from your answer to the question. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries. Orson would be wearing the finest things that he wore 3 weeks ago. The same, more damaged piece of armor on his shoulder, and the same general pants. Perhaps he switched them out. Maybe he treated himself. But his left arm is still an aggregate of rock from the polymorph effects of the wand, and it looks like red, like chunks of red jasper, rough hewn, not polished or shiny. And where the arm moves the most, there's crevices and cracks that could be a scab, could be how this rock is just manifesting. And he's got this arm, his left arm, held completely straight at his side, and in his right hand, he's leaning on that mysterious illithid spear from the Spelljammer that he carries with him now. Like a walking stick, like a staff, like almost something that illustrates a position of some sort that he's just adopted. And he isn't necessarily nervous physically. His brow is furrowed, and he's projecting thoughts into his head, knowing that he has to speak in front of not only a veritable throng of people, but a veritable throng of lawmakers and folks that he doesn't have to deal with very often, who hold themselves in a very high intellectual standard. And if they're looking at you, it's usually down their own nose that they're doing so. So he's trying to strategize and formulate words in his head to be able to get across the things that he would like to get across.
The two of you are together here in this moment, and the crowd seems to be getting more and more impatient. Not that you need to go out immediately, but you know that they are waiting on you. But you have a moment together before either or both of you head out on that stage.
My Lord Wholesome. I bow.
Do we have to call each other by? We
don't have to at all. It simply pleases me to do so.
All right.
You look good. I'll brush a little fleck of silt from your chest. Distinguished.
Can you roll me a perception check?
Not a good one, but I will roll you one. Oh, never mind. That's an 18 on the dice. Whoops.
In the crevices I had previously mentioned, of his rock arm, you'll see strange things like things jutting out of what looks like the bloody area. And then you'll notice also, in addition to him thinking, you'll notice that he hurts. Things are in pain. And of one of them, in the back of his arm that he would never be able to spot, a small little bulb pops out at the top of his tricep with a tiny red leaf.
As they brush, Merla runs their hand near one of the seams for a moment, on his arm, almost touching that little leaf, but not directly. Acknowledging, but without saying. Very distinguished. Are you ready?
Thanks. I suppose it's all going to change now somehow.
Well, it can't be the same.
Will we still have this? You and I?
What?
Our relationship.
We couldn't not. It's better now. We can do good in more ways. You always used your strength to help. Now you can use a different kind of strength that I've seen in you.
I just get scared. I've seen this kind of thing. It changed Taruk, and I didn't want that to happen to us.
Well, if you are anything like Taruk, we'll have a problem. But I don't think you could be if you tried. Please don't try.
Oh, no, I'm not. It's...
Good.
I guess, after you, is it Scion?
That was when I was the heir. I guess I'm head of house now. Marilla looks back out toward the inn and just sways a little on their feet.
Well, would you believe it if I told you it's just like fighting?
Could we be fighting instead?
We could be, but just not with fists. This time with words.
I'm supposed to go first?
I have no idea. If you'd like me to go first, sure, but then no one would see you from because I'm big.
Marilla doesn't say anything, but their expression indicates to you that they would very much like not to be seen at all. That would be perfect. Thank you very much.
Well, that's what it'll be then. Well, how about what if we walk side by side?
All right.
All right. You want the rock side or the spear side?
They're both wonderful. But I would hate to interfere with your spear. And Marilla reaches up just a little bit and hooks their arm around the crook of Horson's rock elbow.
And he grits his teeth and he brings his arm up and you can hear like a and then no, it's fine, I got it. It's just getting old. That's it. And then he'll take a first step forward with his left foot.
The two of you head out onto that raised stage, that obsidian stage. Some of the patricians and other nobles gathered do turn their attention towards the stage immediately, but several others are like, you can see some are like bickering back and forth, like over their shoulders. These rows of benches, just many rows of stone benches with no backs. It looks very uncomfortable. They all look uncomfortable. You can see the crowd of people who have gathered in the back. There's a little bit of a cheer from them as you step out, but that still doesn't turn all of the patricians' attention to you. As you take the center of this stage, the two of you are the only ones standing on the stage, and you can see in the audience many of the who's who. Lord Atlas is there. You spot Rysar. Rysar is there. You spy Lord Lucius and Van and all of the others. And I'm curious to know if you do something to try to get their, demand their attention.
Horson would look down to Marilla. Give it a go.
Marilla reaches across toward the spear. Might I for just a moment?
Absolutely.
Marilla takes it, flips, twirls it, and slams it so it'll crack into the ground to get the attention.
All right. Yeah, I'm not going to make you roll for that. This spear is kind of getting a reputation in Balak, and it looks so wild. I mean, it's a science fiction weapon, really, with a blinking electrical looking. It's not electrical, it's arcana. But
I don't know what this
light.
means.
Yeah. Never heard of magic. But that gets everybody's attention, and a moment later, a guard in the back corner of the Chamber of Patricians raises a large bone horn and blows through this deep sound that resonates through the room, and you can see patricians are like sticking their fingers in their ears and wincing as this very loud sound echoes throughout. And when it's done, when it stops echoing, everyone is quiet. You could hear a pin drop, besides the breathing and the shuffling of feet and sandals, and all of their eyes are up upon the two of you.
Welcome, people of here, our lovely town of Balak. Beacon civilization.
Huh. My lords, my ladies, and my luxus of Balak, and to the people who have joined us in this chamber. May I roll versus the fact that everything's getting fuzzy around the edges of my vision?
Absolutely. You can roll a Constitution saving throw.
Mm-hmm. Oh
no. Oh no.
If my first public speaking was a natural one, this isn't that. It's a 2.
Oh, I mean, that's twice as good. Sort of. So let's say, let's stick with the vision. It's that sensation that happens when you're so dizzy and you see the swirlies, and for a moment you can't see. You know that you're still standing there, but it's like you can't really feel your legs, and all of the faces in front of you are sort of becoming a blur.
I use the spear to try to steady myself, and Horson feels a little bit of Marilla's weight leaning into his arm as well. I cut their eyes once really quickly, but try to keep speaking. I know that all of you have wondered what this city might be after the battle for Balak, after the loss of our Caesar. So many of us have lost so much. Heads of houses, heirs, family members, associates, loved ones. But we have to figure out how we might move forward. Caesar is gone, and the search for that replacement has been bloody and vile. Some among us have been tempted into wicked bargains to try to succeed Caesar. And I am here to say to you that I look at this chamber and I see no Caesar among us. Look about you.
There's a murmur, and you can tell that some of the patricians are starting to get agitated. Just some, but you can hear the murmurs through the crowd.
Which of you would trust one of the others to lead? Look about. Would you trust him to be your Caesar, or her, or them? I suspect few of us in this chamber would trust any but ourselves, and that is what led Balak to the precipice upon which it stands today. We might become as the snakes are, fighting each other till we succumb to the poison of each other's bites as we fight for supremacy and ambition. Or we might live up to the heritage of our nobility and the responsibility that brings. No more Caesars. They've never suited the noble house.
I was gonna say you would hear like a large noble from the back who's refused to sit because it's too uncomfortable, just kind of bellow out. And who would lead us? There is no Caesar. How would anything get done?
Did Caesar not rule silently from on high? While this chamber did legislation, while praetors patrolled the streets and kept us safe? Cannot a senate do for the people of Balak what none of us could ever do as Caesar? Would any of us like the past back? Many of us would, especially in this chamber. For many of us, the past was a better time. But we do not live in that past, my nobles. We live here. And none of you could stomach any of your fellows to rule over you. So then we must rule together.
Orson's gonna lean over. Well fucking done.
You can see there's more murmurs from the crowd now, and there's some argument as well. And you can hear some people saying that this is the right idea. This is what we were always meant to be. You hear other people saying, like, I don't trust these patricians from these houses. They're just going to manipulate. And you hear all of this back and forth kind of bickering. But within the crowd, you can see that Rysar is clapping. You can see that he is in support of this idea. You can see Marilla, Lord Lucius, your father, smiling like you have never seen him smile before. It's a full, open-lipped smile. You can see his teeth. And you can see Van there too, just eyes wide, like he can't believe that Marilla just gave that speech, and just completely dumbfounded. Horson, you know The way this is going to go is that they're going to take a survey to see if 2/3 majority of the patricians would be in support of, moving to a senate and abolishing the role of Caesar. That's what's going to happen next. But you have an opportunity to help sway them as well. And it looks like this is a very conflicting subject.
Horson would, still with his hand as a safety to Marilla in the event that they fell, but not supporting or touching, then gains confidence that that doesn't need to be there. And he puts his left hand down at his side and then turns to the crowd of folks bickering. The lawmakers here have sat atop a mountain, ignorant of its base. This would not be here if everyone from Balak did not support it. We cannot keep our heads in the clouds much longer. The people are hungry. The people are thirsty. You make the laws here, and the people have to execute them. We need to build something better. Now, we can talk about the minutiae and how it's done. But this needs to go through. There cannot be one individual responsible for making the decisions, because it's easy to corrupt an individual. If you have a council of several, things may take longer, but the right thing will get done. And when we vote, we will not be writing in private chambers. We will vote where everyone can see, and we will be held accountable for our actions. Not for us. We are here to serve. We are not here to gain. If anyone's got a problem with that, I'll give you my address.
Horson, there's a few particularly agitated, wealthy patricians who are murmuring and talking throughout most of your speech quietly, but being, disrespectful. But at that final line, they close their mouths and they turn towards you. Does Horson have, is that the last thing that he says in this speech? Is that the end of it? All right. There's a figure from near the front of the sitting patricians that you recognize, the old elf, Lord Atlas, and he pushes his staff to the ground and he pushes himself up. He looks more tired and more weary than the last time you saw him. And in this moment where Horson has pled and also sort of threatened the patricians, and there's a little bit of quiet, he turns to face the group and he speaks out in support of what you're doing, saying, "My colleagues and friends, as you all know, these heroes of Balak fought beside my granddaughter, Akasha. And as you all, I'm certain, know by now, Akasha was lost to me. One of the last things she said to me was bitter. Not the last, but one of the last things, when I told her that I had worked my entire life to bring the elves from the desert here to Balak and build a better world for them. She said something that struck me like a blade. She said, if you had spent your life working for the people, then why am I so much wealthier than they are? Why is my house passed down to my granddaughter or my son, rather than to whomever the people choose? I support this measure to create a Senate, to abolish the rule of Caesar. This is wisdom from heroes. But I formally announce that today will be my last day as the head of House Sereno, and like all of Balak should have done long ago, House Sereno will join other houses in choosing its leaders by an open, honest vote. Our leaders should represent the people, not step on them. He turns to look up at Marilla and Horson up on stage and gives you a small, tired smile. And then very slowly, a couple of steps with his staff, moves to sit back down. I think we're at a place where I would like to ask you each to make me a roll. This could be a performance roll, an intimidation roll, a persuasion roll. I would take any of these.
Before the roll initiates, I want to use a bonus action to flip into my persona, and with arms outspread as the exclamation point to that wonderful delivery, we need no kings. We need no idols. We can do it ourselves.
I love it. And as you're making this roll, and we find out what the results are, there is an older dwarf with a very, very fine white beard that just has a ridiculous number of braids. It's almost laughable, but he always dresses in far more layers than what's appropriate for the desert weather. He cares about his appearance a lot. And he walks over and stands at the front of this gathering, the stage, and you can't tell what he thinks by his expression as his eyes pass past the two of you. He simply turns and does his job, and he calls out to the patricians, say aye and raise your hands if you support the measure to abolish the rule of Caesar and establish a new Senate that will rule in service of the people. What are the results of your rolls?
You did say athletics, right?
No.
All right, now that's go ahead.
19 on the die plus 8 persuasion.
What?
I'm not even slightly this same die, this very same that rolled a 2, for me to be able to keep myself straight. Once everything blacks out, you can't see everyone looking at you.
And Bill, you get to add your strength modifier to
16.
16 and a 27, right? There are a number of hands that shoot up. Rysar is one of them. Lord Lucius, Lord Atlas, all the people you'd think would support you, but they're members of House Tomlador that support you. There are members of every house. There's no house that completely locks out this proposal, and just barely, as the eyes go out and the hands are counted, and the dwarf who is taking the vote is tallying and retallying to make sure that it has enough votes to pass. You're not really sure for a moment if it's quite enough. It's hard to count with this many bodies. But you hear the call go out a little less than a minute later. The measure is passed. We will begin working on it in the House of the Patricians. And as is natural in these cases, those that proposed the change must lead the effort for reform. It is settled. And there's cheers from the commoners that are standing beyond, and from some of the patricians as well.
We did it!
I think you did it. That was amazing.
No, you were amazing. Marilla forgets where they are, forgets all of the people, and leaps to hug Horson out of pure excitement.
And bends and picks them up like in sheer joy, and kind of like he turns back and sees the chair that Caesar sat in. Are we always supposed to be proper? Can we have a little fun?
I hand you back the spear.
And he'll take one large step forward with his left foot and then chuck the spear into the chair where Caesar sat.
Sure, yeah, you smash Caesar's chair here, which is crafted from stone. The force of the spear shatters it into shards, and for a moment, everybody goes quiet. And turns towards you, and then the crowd of commoners cheers again, and that energy washes back over this hope. Is what it sounds like. I want to know here, the end of this scene, I want to give each of you a final moment to paint with your characters, and let's start with Horson. As you smash this chair, what final moment do you want to paint with Horson?
I want to, after he throws the spear and then he gets back up and cracks his shoulders out, looks at Marilla. Thank you for believing in me.
Easiest thing I've ever done.
I need a couple weeks off. I don't think I'm going to get it.
The perils of lordship.
Hooray. What about you? What's this little victories? What's next?
Marilla looks up to the nosebleed section where the commoners are. They've looked up there a couple times now. There might be someone they recognize up there.
Yeah, you spot Van because while they were up above before, like poking their head through the crowd, they've now pushed their way to the edge of this overlook, this balcony, and grabbed onto the curtain, and they're shimmying down the curtain to the bottom. In all the chaos, nobody else has really noticed, none of the guards, but you can see them, and they drop to the ground, and they look up and just kind of smile at you.
That's what's next for me.
Well, I don't know what your schedule's like. I imagine pretty busy, but if you could carve out some time once a week and make it over for Villery, Inendis and I would love to have you over for dinner.
Absolutely. And do talk to the people of Villery about who they're intending to put forth as their Senate candidates. They'll need representation, of course.
Of course. That will be...
And
then he'll, like, scrounge around for something. I'll carve it into my arm, and that's how I'll remember to do that.
And maybe after dinner, we can still train.
I'd like that very much. And then Horson, you can, like, impulse is taking him over, and he goes in for another embrace.
Absolutely.
Oh, bring Van.
What'd you say? Sorry.
Bring Van if you can.
I was gonna say, like, he's brought himself to this moment too. Like, he's pushed himself through, and when he sees the two of you embracing, he pushes past a large patrician and tries to jump up into the hug as well.
Hey. Welcome.
And as you did it. It's amazing.
Right.
Crowd of patricians in the meantime is starting to push towards you. There are people trying to get your attention, trying to speak with you. It's getting louder and louder and louder.
And
Orson will raise a leg and stomp it down in the ground, like one at a time. No one can hear you when you're talking all at once.
But maybe this one first. I'm going to take Van's face and I'm going to pull him close and I would like to kiss him.
And he smiles all the way to the kiss. Yeah.
So, Raisa, you wanted to jump to a couple of months after the events on the mountaintop, yes? In that couple of months, you wanted to achieve something. Why don't you tell the lovely people what you wanted to achieve?
Well, my good, close friend who has sadly departed, who I've known since our school days together, where we had a passionate relationship, according to one of us. Alas, her departure has left a house without a head, And so, an elven house, no less. Rysar being a goodly Samaritan elf, which is a thing. And a benevolent servant of the city has moved all his stuff from his shitty little hovel in the arena district into the manor house Sereno. And by popular vote, Machiavellian machinations.
Sure.
Just plain murder and intimidation.
You know what, Toby? Roll me a... I'm making a flat D20. Just a flat D20 roll. Just roll it and let's see how well this campaign of intimidation, frustration, and to make yourself the head of a noble house went.
I'm going to ask one question, Chris.
Yes, babe.
I feel I have seen this in a dream.
You're using a portent dice on the last roll of the entire campaign for you. Fine.
Maybe not the last roll.
That's fair.
And I've got 2 portent dice. So,
yes,
my campaign has
Go on, what's your portent dice? Because it's a D20 roll.
20.
Don't fuck with me. No.
It's a natural 20. The thing is, not only am I now Rysar Sereno, but I am well loved with a healthy dose of fear. And because I got a nat 20 in my dreams, the Moonrunner tribe, Rysar's home tribe from the deserts, a substantial number of them have started moving to the city and are actually being cared for, as are the local elves in Balak. Changes are afoot with Rysar's new position.
I think with a natural 20, that's fine. You sneaky son of a bitch. Good, fine. You have risen to the head of House Sereno by hook or by crook. And the weird thing is, you've achieved everything you wanted to. With a house desperately in need of a new leader, you've been able to step in and use your connections to Lady Akasha and to House Sereno to make this a sensible thing to have undertaken. But it is also worth saying, your rise has not gone unnoticed. Various different noble houses are aware of your machinations, are aware that places where, for a while, you were probably seen as someone with grand ambition, but after you vanished into the Silt, there was a certain amount of you weren't that important. You remember encountering people in the last dock and chatting to them. There is a growing sense that House Sereno is being run by a pretender, most obviously spearheaded by House Tomblador.
Some of those may also know Rysar's latest nickname, which is Lagage of Balak. I better get this sorted out. I would like to invite by whatever channels would be normal for Rysar. High Praetor Praxis, who is the only surviving member, and I assume therefore head of House Tomblador, to meet me at my old home in
at
the
your
Arena
hovel?
District.
Wow.
At my hovel. And I advise that discretion is key. I have some vital information, and I wish to show him something.
Roll me a deception check, because I think I know what you're planning.
I mean, it's going through a messenger.
Just for the end game. Just roll me a deception check. You're quite good at
see.
these usually.
I haven't even. No, I don't have good. But can I do persuasion? Because I'm persuading. Everything's true. I'm not lying.
Yes.
Rysar's not a liar. He's a persuader.
Sure. Whatever helps you sleep at night.
Oh, that's a 7. That's terrible.
Mm-hmm. Praxis will attend, but Praxis will attend with guards.
Of course.
So, do you ask them to wait outside?
Oh, absolutely. It's an extremely sensitive issue.
Praxis will turn to his guards and just say, "Look, just wait outside, and if you hear anything untoward, then of course do come running in. Shouldn't have anything to fear from the head of a noble family, should I, Rysar, my old chum?"
Of course, High Praetor.
Well then, quite. May as well. So, the guards leave and the door is closed. Just the two of you in this rather dirty hovel. So this is a shithole, isn't it?
Well, maybe there's a bit of dust because I don't really come here much anymore.
Mm-hmm.
High Praetor, I wish to tell you of your daughter.
We don't talk about my daughter anymore.
Everything she did to defend her family. She never forgave me for a previous slight which she perceived from me against your mighty house. I suggest that daughter is not accountable for the sins of her father, and that you should go and see her again. She's in the basement. And I cast
She's
suggestion.
dead. Oh. Well, I'll roll a wisdom saving throw.
I think
Oh, fuck you.
you've rolled a 7
No.
because I foresaw this. And I suggest you close the door behind you and have a good look in those cells until you meet your daughter.
Well, go and look in those cells then, I suppose. All right. Fine. Maybe I misjudged you. Some point. Well, anyway, I'll head below. And Praxis just walks downstairs, clearly unable to stop himself from doing so and justifying why he is doing that. The guard's still outside the front door.
And if you'll allow it, and you don't have to, obviously.
You're out of
If you'll
portent
allow
dice,
it.
you son of a bitch.
No. I really want them to be butchered by the House Sereno guards who were laying in ambush.
Oh, roll me a d20 flat.
Okay. Otherwise, I'll just have to use magic to get out, which is fine. D20. This is... I'll probably roll terrible. This is why I always use poor. It's a 1! It's a fucking natural 1. This is why I use portent dice, Chris.
I understand.
Because Tamora is a
this
goody
nat
deity,
one,
and
Toby.
she does
You know
not
what it is?
like my shit.
Do you know what this natural one is, Toby? Do you know what it is? It's fucking karma. Praxis obviously goes into the cellar of your house where you keep numerous salt mummies. Yeah, I watched campaign 1. And dies horribly.
Nice.
However,
turning into a salt mummy himself.
Well, this is the thing, because you rolled a nat 1. The House Sereno assassins that came with you to fight the Tomblador guards don't manage to defeat them. And the Tomblador guards escape and tell all of Balak of your crimes. And the zombie of Praxis and the zombies beneath your house are found. And House Sereno finds itself in a uncomfortable position. There's no one else to lead House Tomblador, so you have destroyed a noble house with like a distant cousin now potentially having to take over, but you may have fanned the flames of another civil war soon to come.
Or I could use magic and go and help the assassins.
No, it was a nat 1, and we're not going to do lots and lots of rolls. That is part of Rysar's story. Duplicitous to the last, and that makes perfect sense for me that you'd still be struggling with all of this as time goes on. Is there anything else you'd like to do before your story ends?
Yes. I'm going to the Ivory Palace. And I'm going to somewhere I go quite often, which is a nice little alleyway outside the city, outside the palace walls, looking at the window of Caesar's study, where I once went after his kidnapping. And a dimension door inside.
Caesar's apartments have been left largely abandoned since he departed, and with no new Caesar to take on the role, as Balak starts to change. Their rooms are dusty and unvisited for some time.
I've been there quite a bit.
Okay.
I sit down looking over scrolls. Well, they're obsidian tablets. And they're on the agricultural... It's a radical philosophy on agricultural works to refertilize desertified soil. But I can't concentrate on it. I glance up to a large framed painting, which I've brought along and installed. And I look at it, and I think, dear, I am sorry. I had you wrong. And that's it.
Lovely, thank you. So, Kronqual, after the battle at the top of the plateau, where do we find you and when do we find you?
Okay, so I think what happens after the battle, shortly after the battle, Kronqual is left the broken pieces of the mirror of Akasha at his feet in front of this giant lifelike dragon statue. He can't help but feel a sense of, I think, bond and family here, whether it is the dragon looming over him that makes him feel like he is back home with his with his total kin, or if it's in front of this mirror with Akasha, a friend of his, his first friend here in Balak. I think we see him. I think we see him in a bit of a time lapse for a moment. In that time lapse, he stares down at the shattered pieces of the mirror of Akasha. And I think night falls and day awakes behind Balak, maybe a few times. I think we see maybe possibly Rickus or even Rysar or Marilla and Horson or any combination of our friends come up and try to get Kronqual's attention, but he is focused on everything. He's focused on the shattered mirror at his feet, and also this looming fear and dread that stands above him. But I think finally, after some days go by, he's a bit dehydrated, but his... Oh. I have a dog barking in the background, so you're just going to have to excuse me because I can't mute him. So I think what happens is Kronqual waits and stares down at these. I think we're good. Yes, he stopped working. Okay, so and damn it, he looks down at these shards and he slowly begins to move. He picks up each shard, and as he does, he puts it in one hand, and then he sinks down onto his belly, right where Akasha's mirror was shattered at the foot of this dragon, and then he very gently starts to place shards in parts of his shell. So he is domed now with the shards of Akasha, just the 4 or 5 maybe pieces, and these large like aggressive chunks on top of this very spherical and beautiful shell. And he brings his staff, he can't really bring it inside, but he brings it close as he can to him, and he then sinks into his shell, and he's going to go on a way walk. He's going to focus on the way, and he is going to walk the path of the Scions, and he's going to find his way back on a shore, on a jungle island here on Athos that he has been to once before. I think he walks through the path that he's already been on before, and I think that he begins to find his way towards that river that he was on before, and he finds his way through the fog of Schult. I believe I have a map in front of me, and I've been looking at it all. Schult, yes, I've been looking at it all season and all year, so it's really been wonderful. So, yeah, in the island of Schult, he walks the steps that he has before to bring him back to that place where he met with Brogmar,
yeah.
Brogmar, a giant, and he wants to check in on the hatchling that he had found. So I think
as you move through Schult and make your way, you do see the pyramid. It's still there. And you visited Schult a second time at the top of this pyramid, only briefly. But you are aware of your parts of your past colliding in this space. How this is a place where you saw great battle and great war, but also a place where you found great peace. And those two thoughts move over your mind as you head towards Brogmar's sanctuary in the island.
Yes.
He approaches.
As you head to the sanctuary. Sorry, don't worry. As you head to the sanctuary, as you make your way there, the island is very quiet. But you do hear from inside the cave a sort of low, rumbling hum. It's very gentle and very delicate, but it is quite pervasive.
I think he will make his way in. Very cautious, of course, in trying to make his presence known, I think, with the tap of his staff as he walks in.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe tries to hum, or... Is this a familiar droning I hear?
You recognize the voice. It's definitely Brogmar's voice. And he is definitely humming, crooning in some way.
Okay. Yeah, I think Kronqual will tap his stick on the ground and maybe start humming a tune that he doesn't know along with Brogmar to try to help announce his presence.
As you move inside the sanctuary, it is sort of a rocky cave, quite large. Obviously, Brogmar's a giant, so a lot of space taken up. Very airy and open with a lot of cracks in the ceiling. Lots of light shining through into this space. It's very beautiful and very tranquil. And the figure of Brogmar, who you recognize, is sat in the center of this space, cradling close to his chest a tiny turtle. Like size of a palm. And on a giant of that size, we're talking center of the palm. And it's just sat there very delicately cradling back and forth and humming this strange song.
I think Kronqual is going to approach the scene, approach this scene humming, like I said, a tune he doesn't know. Doesn't make any sense with the current melody that Brogmar is singing, but he's trying to at least. And he approaches Brogmar and he...
May I?
Brogmar just quietly, not saying a word, just puts his hands down towards you so you can see. And the turtle hatchling is just rocking gently in the hands, not asleep, just quietly, calmly rocking back and forth in the shell. Just quietly and calmly sat there and appears beatific. This creature has no knowledge of anything that isn't calm, gentle, and kind, and just stares at you with these big eyes.
He looks back, or he looks at Brogmar, I think with a tear, or at least what would represent some sort of tear. Actually, I think he winces and tries to cry, but he can't because he hasn't had water in a while. Actually, no, he's in a way walk. Yeah, he cries a tear, and he then I think with his large claw tickles like blood clay. No, I guess he's worn it because he's in a way walk again. So I think his old gnarled claw tickles the belly of the hatchling as he says,
I told you I'd be back, and I promised I would tell you of my adventures, like all great turtles do. So I will. Once upon a time, little one, there was an elf named Akasha, and Akasha she was the head of a large house.
So I think he continues doing that as the camera focuses back to his place in Balak. And For once, a shell that held a living creature now holds nothing. His shell sits on top of, at the foot of this dragon statue in Balak, on top of the tallest mountain in the southern reaches of Athos. And he sits there with nothing inside but just a hollow shell. His staff is missing. And we blink back into the Waywalk, and he's holding the staff, and there's the probably grown a little bit at this point is the hatchling, probably sitting on it or hanging from it, and then we snap back to the mountainside where there is just an empty shell. Dust and silt fall on the shards and fall on the old shell of Kronqual. People still come up and visit it, but he is just a shell currently in Balak.
And that's where he stays.
Athos is a godless world, ruled by the very same sorcerer-kings whose abuse of magic made the world what it is today, a wasteland with only small bastions of civilization hanging on by a thread. None of those civilizations shine brighter than Balak. Balak, the city of sails, the only democracy in a dying world. And Balak shines brightest because of a disparate group of ambitious politicians, chaotic adventurers, brave wizards, and unlikely heroes. Their names are legend now, forever tied to the story of how Balak defeated an invasion of Yuan-Ti's shapeshifters from the moon, overthrew its sorcerer-kings, and gave its people the two things more rare than water in Athos: freedom and the hope for a better tomorrow. And that is where our story in the world of Dark Sun comes to an end. Athos is a godless world, ruled by the very same sorcerer-kings whose abuse of magic made the world what it is today, a wasteland with only small bastions of civilization hanging on by a thread.
None of those civilizations shine brighter than Balak. Balak, the city of sails, the only democracy in a dying world. And Balak shines brightest because of a disparate group of ambitious politicians, chaotic adventurers, brave wizards, and unlikely heroes. Their names are legend now, forever tied to the story of how Balak defeated an invasion of Yuan-Ti's shapeshifters from the moon, overthrew its sorcerer-kings, and gave its people the two things more rare than water in Athos: freedom and the hope for a better tomorrow. And that is where our story in the world of Dark Sun comes to an end.